الحضور الكريم، سنبدأ الحفل إن شاء الله بعد أقل من 5 دقائق. الآن سنبدأ الحفل إن شاء الله.
أبناء عمان الأوفياء، إن الانتقال بعمان إلى مستوى طموحاتكم وآمالكم في شتى المجالات سيكون عنوان المرحلة القادمة بإذن الله، واضعين نصب أعيننا المصلحة العليا للوطن، مسخرين له كافة أسباب الدعم والتمكين. وإننا إذ نعاهد الله عز وجل على أن نكرس حياتنا من أجل عمان وأبناء عمان كي تستمر مسيرتها الظافرة ونهضتها المباركة، فإننا ندعوكم أن تعاهدوا الله على ذلك، ونحن لعلى يقين تام وثقة مطلقة بقدرتكم على التعامل مع مقتضيات هذه المرحلة والمراحل التي تليها. إن العقود ال5 الماضية شهدت تحولاً كبيراً في بناء الدولة العصرية وتهيئة البنى الأساسية الحديثة والمتطورة في كافة ربوع الوطن بقيادة باني عمان الحديثة المغفور له بإذن الله جلالة السلطان قابوس بن سعيد بن تيمور طيب الله ثراه، وبجهود المخلصين من أبناء عمان الذين نسجل لهم كل التقدير والإجلال على ما بذلوا من أجل رفعة عمان وإعلاء شأنها. وإننا ماضون بعون الله على طريق البناء والتنمية، نواصل مسيرة النهضة المباركة كما أراد لها السلطان الراحل رحمه الله، مستشعرين حجم الأمانة وعظمتها، مؤكدين على أن تظل عمان الغاية الأسمى في كل ما نقدم عليه وكل ما نسعى لتحقيقه، داعين كافة أبناء الوطن دون استثناء إلى صون مكتسبات النهضة المباركة والمشاركة الفاعلة في إكمال المسيرة الظافرة، متوكلين على الله عز وجل راجين عونه وتوفيقه.
بالمجد فوق النجم فوق دامه مخلف عليك المجد دام.
بقدر ما أتاح تطور وسائل الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات وإنترنت الأشياء من فرص للتواصل والمعرفة وتعبيد لمسارات جديدة تضمن انتقالا سلسا نحو المجتمعات الرقمية، كمنت المخاطر في طيات هذا العالم الجديد باختراقات وهجمات للقرصنة الإلكترونية خلفت وراءها تحديات غير مسبوقة، وفرضت بالمقابل ضرورة حتمية للتحرك أوسع وأسرع لتوفير الحماية اللازمة للنظم والبنى الرقمية الأساسية من أجل فضاء رقمي آمن جاهز للتعامل مع المخاطر والتهديدات الإلكترونية المختلفة، ومؤهل بالقدرات التقنية اللازمة، ومدعوم بالخطط الوطنية القادرة على الاستجابة للطوارئ المعلوماتية والتعاون في صد الهجمات أيا ما كان منشأه وأهدافه.
يمكن قراءة أهمية أمن المعلوماتي اليوم في ضوء ما نعيشه من طفرة رقمية هائلة باعتباره عصباً جديداً للفعل التنموي في أي تجربة حول العالم. فالاقتصاد لا يتحرك إلا على أساس ما هو متوفر من معلومات، والتجارة والأسواق والبيع والشراء والتداولات كلها صارت تعتمد بشكل مباشر على حجم ما نملكه من معلومات. وفي السلطنة ولله الحمد، وفي ضوء أولويات الرؤية الوطنية المستقبلية عمان 2040، تولي السلطنة بفضل الرعاية السامية من لدن صاحب الجلالة السلطان المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه اهتماما بالغا بهذا الجانب، وهو ما نلتقي اليوم لوضع أطر موازية لجهود حكومتنا الرشيدة فيما يتعلق بالجانب الاقتصادي تحديدا. فتوطين الصناعات الرقمية وتمكين قطاعات التنمية في البلاد من الأمن الإلكتروني هو اليوم أكثر الأولويات الوطنية إلحاحاً. كل ذلك يفرض ضرورة حتمية ملحة لانتهاج أفضل سبل الحماية الرقمية سواء من الهجمات الداخلية أو الخارجية، وكذلك نقطة انطلاقة جديدة لتقديم السلطنة للعالم وإبراز جهود السلطنة في مجال الأمن الإلكتروني، وهو بكل تأكيد يضع على عاتق المشاركين اليوم في أعمال هذه النسخة الافتراضية من الملتقى عمان للأمن الإلكتروني شحذ الهمم من أجل إيجاد حلول عملية ناجعة خارج الصندوق تحقق كل هذه الأهداف مجتمعة، بما يمنح السلطنة أماناً إلكترونياً مستحقاً في رحلتها للمزاحمة على مصاف الدول المتقدمة خلال العقدين المقبلين بإذن الله تعالى.
وإذ تعد بلادنا عدتها لولوج عصر الثورة الصناعية الرابعة وما بعدها عبر بوابة الرؤية المستقبلية عمان 2040، والتي تولي اهتماماً بالغاً بترجمة توجيهات حضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم أبقاه الله بإرساء بنية أساسية تقنية مؤسسية متطورة لمجالات إنترنت الأشياء وسلاسل كتل البيانات، وتطوير صناعة تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات، وتوفير مقومات الحماية والأمن السيبراني، وتمكين كوادرنا الوطنية من هذه التقنيات. يبحث المجتمعون اليوم على مائدة نقاش الدورة الأولى من مؤتمر عمان للأمن الإلكتروني في الحلول الموجهة للأعمال الرقمية ومنهجية حماية وأمن المعلومات، وصياغة أفكار غير تقليدية تدعم خطط التحول الرقمي الشامل والتنسيق المتبادل والذكاء الاصطناعي، إضافة لتحقيق التمكين المعرفي والمهاراتي لكوادر وأفراد المجتمع، وتعزيز الوعي الأمني المعلوماتي، وحفز خطط ومشاريع الابتكار في إطار عملي ينطلق من الواقع ويصب في صالح تحقيق أهداف وتطلعات المستقبل المنشود.
إن الوصول لمقومات الأمن الإلكتروني بطريقة فعالة وناجحة تتطلب وضع العديد من الاستراتيجيات والتوفيق بينها وفق إطار زمني معين. ونحن في شركة إرنست ويونغ في المركز الإقليمي لأمن المعلومات نطمح للمشاركة الفعالة في هذا الدور من خلال تفعيل نقل المعرفة للمجتمع في مجال الأمن السيبراني والتكاتف مع بقية المؤسسات من أجل تحقيق هذه الغاية بما يتماشى مع خطة عمان 2040.
إن مؤتمر عمان للأمن الإلكتروني لا يتطلع إلى الإجابة عن تساؤلات الواقع الجديد بالاتفاق على منهجية تحقيق الأمان الإلكتروني في ضوء مؤشرات أداء الرؤية الوطنية المستقبلية والممكنات والموجهات الرئيسية لإرساء بنية أساسية تقنية متطورة بصياغة أفكار غير تقليدية تدعم خطط التحول الرقمي الشامل وتحقيق التمكين المعرفي والمهاراتي للمجتمع ليحقق الآمال المعقودة عليه.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الدكتور سعيد بن محمد الصقري الموقر وزير الاقتصاد، راعي أعمال مؤتمر عمان للأمن الإلكتروني في دورته الأولى، والتي تنطلق هذا العام افتراضياً بما يتفق وتوجيهات اللجنة العليا باتخاذ كافة الإجراءات الاحترازية للحد من تفشي فيروس كورونا كوفيد-19. أصحاب السمو والمعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف والحضور الأعزاء، متابعينا عبر وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي والاتصال المرئي، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. باسمي أنا محدثكم إبراهيم بن سالم الهادي، وباسم جريدة الرؤية اللجنة الرئيسية لأعمال هذا المؤتمر، أرحب بكم جميعاً ضيوفاً على أعمال الدورة الأولى الأمن الإلكتروني في ضوء مؤشرات أداء رؤية عمان 2040، والتي تنطلق بشراكة استراتيجية مع مركز الدفاع الإلكتروني وجمعية عمان داتا بارك، أول مزود للخدمات السحابية والخدمات المدارة لتكنولوجيا المعلومات في السلطنة، وشركة تنمية نفط عمان، بهدف إيجاد معززات أمان أكثر تطوراً وفاعلية للواقع المعلوماتي والرقمي ببلادنا، وبما يتماشى والأولويات والأهداف الطموحة التي تطلع إليها الرؤية المستقبلية عمان 2040. معالي راعي الحفل، حضورنا الكريم، وكي لا يطول بي المقام أدعو الآن الزميلة سما عيسى لتكملة باقي فقرات الحفل، فلتتفضل.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, the most gracious, Your Excellency, Dr. Saeed bin Mohammed Al-Saqri, Minister of Economy and the guest of honor of the first Oman Cybersecurity Conference. The conference this year will start virtually, in line with the rules and regulations of the Supreme Committee tackling the ongoing COVID-19 developments. Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, Ministers, honorable members of the State Council, distinguished guests and viewers, through social media and visual communication platforms. Greetings and welcome to this event. On behalf of the main committee responsible for this conference, I would like to welcome you to the first round of the Oman Cybersecurity Conference in the accordance with the Oman Vision 2040. The conference has launched with the strategic partnership with the Cyber Defense Center and Oman Data Park. The aim is to create an advanced and efficient digital security developments in our country in line with the Oman Vision 2040. Now, I would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Hatem bin Hamad Al-Ta'i, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee, to present the welcoming speech.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الدكتور سعيد بن محمد الصقري الموقر وزير الاقتصاد، راعي أعمال مؤتمر عمان للأمن الإلكتروني في دورته الأولى، أصحاب السمو والمعالي المكرمون، أعضاء مجلس الدولة، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، متابعينا عبر وسائل الاتصال المرئي ومختلف منصات التواصل الاجتماعي، أسعد الله صباحكم جميعاً بكل الخير. يطيب لي في البداية أن أرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في هذا المؤتمر البالغ الأهمية في ضوء ما بات يواجه العالم اليوم من تحديات وتهديدات إلكترونية غير مسبوقة. فالأمن الإلكتروني لم يعد مجرد ذلك المفهوم البسيط عن حماية الحواسيب من الفيروسات أو غيرها، بل أن الأمر صار منظومة أمنية كبرى ومتكاملة لا تقل أهمية عن منظومة الأمن التقليدي. فمثلما تمتلك الدول الجيوش والقوات النظامية المسؤولة عن فرض القانون وحماية الدولة من أي تهديد داخلي أو خارجي، فإن الأمن الإلكتروني أيضاً يوفر الحماية والأمن لمؤسسات الدولة وشركات القطاع الخاص من خلال حماية البيانات والحيلولة دون اختراق الأنظمة الإلكترونية وحفظ السيادة الرقمية. وهذا مفهوم حديث نسبياً ينبغي علينا جميعاً أن ننتبه إليه. فالسيادة في الوقت الراهن لم تعد تتعلق بأمن الحدود والسياسات الخاصة بالدول، بل بادت تشمل أيضاً الفضاء الإلكتروني. فالكثير من المواقع الإلكترونية ومنصات التواصل الاجتماعي تنتهك السيادة الخاصة للدول، سواء من خلال جني الأرباح المليارية دون دفع الضرائب اللازمة مثل فيسبوك وتويتر وجوجل وغيرها. وتعرفوا هذه الأزمة التي صعدت مؤخراً سواء كان ما بين الاتحاد الأوروبي وهذه الشركات الكبرى، أو قبل شهرين مع أستراليا والأزمة التي حدثت من خلالها، وأخيراً توصلوا إلى حل. فهذا موضوع في غاية الأهمية، لأن هنالك الكثير من الأموال التي تذهب إلى الخارج دون أن يكون هنالك فائدة للمجتمع. فهذه مسألة الشركات، أو عبر إتاحة المجال لعمليات الاحتيال والنصب باسم المؤسسات الرسمية، وهذا أمر خطير للغاية يتطلب سن التشريعات الكفيلة بالحفاظ على السيادة الرقمية للدول. ولذلك كان القرار الحكيم من لدن حضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم أيده الله بإنشاء مركز الدفاع الإلكتروني، ليكون حائض الصد لكل محاولة خبيثة أو اختراق أمني، خاصة في ظل ما بات يعرف بحروب الجيل الرابع والخامس، والتي توظف التكنولوجيا والآلة الإعلامية الضخمة لبث الأكاذيب ونشر الشائعات التي تتسبب في سقوط الدول. وقد تجلى ذلك في العديد من الأحداث المؤسفة في المنطقة العربية والعالم أجمع، فسقطت أنظمة واستقال رؤساء، بل وتعرض آخرون للاغتيال الحقيقي والرمزي والمعنوي نتيجة لمعارك الجيل الرابع والخامس من الحروب، مستخدمين في ذلك ما بات يعرف بالذباب الإلكتروني. لذلك فإن الدور الملقى على هذا المركز الرائد كبير ومؤثر في حماية المنظومة الإلكترونية العمانية كاملة. معالي راعي الحفل، لقد أزاحت أزمة فيروس كورونا النقاب عن الكثير من التحديات الرقمية التي لم نكن نتوقع أننا سنتعرض لها، بل أنها تسببت في نشوء أزمات إلكترونية أخرى، لكنها على الجانب المقابل أسهمت في نمو استخدام الإنترنت والفضاء السبراني بمعدلات غير مسبوقة منذ اختراع الإنترنت. وهذه التحديات التي واجهتها دول العالم قاطبة تمثلت في الضغط الشديد الذي تعرضت له البنى الأساسية للإنترنت في ظل الاستخدام واسع النطاق لتطبيقات التواصل المرئي وانتظام الدراسة عبر الإنترنت من خلال مختلف المنصات التعليمية، علاوة على التوسع الهائل أيضاً في استخدام الدفع الإلكتروني وازدهار التجارة الإلكترونية سواء داخل حدود الوطن أو عبر الدول الأخرى. كل هذه المستجدات فرضت اليوم واقعاً مختلفاً تماماً، لكنها أسهمت في تحقيق تقدم وطفرة لم يكن يتوقعها أحد لولا أزمة جائحة كورونا. ومن ثم ظهرت العديد من المخاطر ذات الصلة بهذه الطفرة، مثل سرقة البيانات واختراق الأنظمة الحكومية، خاصة الأنظمة المرتبطة كما شهدنا بالجهات الصحية أو الشركات المطورة للقاحات المضادة لفيروس كورونا. وأيضاً صاحبه بطء سرعان الإنترنت في ساعات الذروة نتيجة لهذا الاستخدام. الحضور الكريم، إن كل هذه التحديات تلزمنا بأهمية البحث عن حلول واتخاذ الخطوات اللازمة لتوفير الحماية الإلكترونية للجميع. فلم يعد الأمر يقتصر على برنامج مضاد للفيروسات أو تطبيقات لمواجهة البرمجيات الخبيثة أو منع الابتزاز الإلكتروني أو تفادي برامج الفدية. إننا أمام تحد يستدعي البدء سريعاً في بناء الكفاءات الوطنية وتعزيز خبراتها وتدريبها في أكبر المؤسسات المتخصصة حول العالم للنهل من العلوم والمعارف المرتبطة بهذا فرع الأمن الإلكتروني. والحق أن هذا الأمر ليس عسيراً على مجتمع يستخدم الغالبية العظمى من شبابه الإنترنت بكفاءة عالية، بل أن بعض شبابنا وحتى الطلاب في المراحل الدراسية نجحوا في ابتكار برمجيات حماية لاقت استحسان الجهات المعنية والمختصين. نحتاج إلى أعداد كبيرة من المبرمجين العمانيين القادرين على ابتكار برمجيات حديثة تلبي كافة الاحتياجات في عصر باتت لغة الذكاء الاصطناعي وإنترنت الأشياء والسيارات ذاتية القيادة هي المهيمنة على المشهد. وأقول في هذا السياق أننا لا ينقصنا سوى الإرادة، فأبناؤنا مستعدون بل متحمسون لدراسة هذه المعارف والعلوم. وما مخرجات الجامعات العمانية في التقنية وتخصصات الهندسة الحاسوبية سوى برهان ساطع على أن الكفاءات العمانية متوافرة ومستعدة لبدء العمل وإحداث نقلة نوعية في قطاع أمن المعلومات بإذن الله. معالي الدكتور راعي المؤتمر، متابعينا عبر الاتصال المرئي، إن أهمية الوعي بمخاطر الأمن الإلكتروني تفرض على المؤسسات المعنية التوسع في البرامج التدريبية والتوعوية لجميع موظفي الجهاز الإداري للدولة، وكذلك العاملين في القطاع الخاص، لا سيما قطاع المصارف والتأمين والتجزئة، حيث أن هذه القطاعات تمثل للمتسللين فرصة مواتية للحصول على البيانات الضخمة أو ما يعرف البيج داتا، فضلاً عن معلومات الحسابات المصرفية الحساسة للغاية. إن التوعية بالأمن الإلكتروني ينبغي أن تشمل أيضاً المواطن العادي الذي يشتري ما يحتاج إليه عبر الإنترنت ويستخدم هاتفه الذكي في العديد من التطبيقات التي ربما تمثل أيضاً نافذة للهاكرز للابتزاز الإلكتروني. وكل ذلك يندرج في إطار حماية الدولة والمجتمع من المخاطر الإلكترونية التي باتت أمراً واقعاً لا مفر منه. المشاركون الكرام في أعمال هذا المؤتمر، إن تنامي المعاملات الرقمية في إطار الحكومة الإلكترونية وتوجهات الرؤية المستقبلية عمان 2040 ليؤكد مدى الحاجة الماسة إلى توطين صناعة الأمن الإلكتروني من خلال بناء القدرات الوطنية كما ذكرت، وحشد الطاقات البحثية لابتكار برمجيات وتطبيقات مضادة للفيروسات والهجمات الإلكترونية وبرامج الفدية الخبيثة، الأمر الذي سيوفر العديد من الفرص الوظيفية لنخبة من شبابنا وفتياتنا، فضلاً عن تعزيز التصنيف العالمي لعمان على المؤشرات ذات الصلة بهذا القطاع بالغ الأهمية. إننا وإذ نستهل أولى دورات مؤتمر عمان للأمن الإلكتروني في ضوء مؤشرات أداء رؤية عمان 2040، فإننا نسبر طريقاً للمستقبل ونغرس بذور المعرفة في فضاء الإنترنت الشاسع، ومن ثم يتعين علينا مواصلة العمل على محورين أساسيين: أولاً تطوير منظومة الأمن الإلكتروني بشكل مستمر، وثانياً تحويل هذا القطاع إلى صناعة مستقبلية واعدة قادرة على جذب الاستثمارات والاستفادة من الموقع الاستراتيجي لبلادنا في بناء مراكز البيانات وإنشاء المصانع التقنية، وأيضاً سياسة الحياد الإيجابي الذي تتبناه بلادنا. الحضور الكرام، إننا نحلم بأن يكون لدينا في بلادنا وادي سيليكون عماني زاخر بالكفاءات الوطنية المتحمسة للولوج إلى المستقبل برؤية مستنيرة وإرادة مخلصة من أجل عمان أكثر تطوراً وتقدماً. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى معالي الدكتور سعيد بن محمد الصقري وزير الاقتصاد الموقر على رعايته الكريمة لهذا المؤتمر، والشكر موصول إلى الشركاء الاستراتيجيين والرعاة الداعمين، كما أجزل الشكر شكري للأفاضل المشاركين بأوراق العمل والنقاشات، على أمل أن يخرج هذا المؤتمر بالنتائج المأمولة منه. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Your Excellency, the Minister of Economy, our distinguished guests. Now, Dr. Ali bin Salim Al-Blushi, Head of Cyber Security Center, will present the presidential speech for this conference. Please do join us.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الغر الميامين، صاحب السمو السيد كامل بن فهد بن محمود آل سعيد الموقر، مساعد الأمين العام لمكتب نائب رئيس الوزراء لشؤون مجلس الوزراء، معالي الدكتور سعيد بن محمد الصقري وزير الاقتصاد الموقر راعي هذه المناسبة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. وبعد، فأود بداية أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى معالي الدكتور وزير الاقتصاد الموقر لتفضله مشكوراً برعاية المؤتمر، وإلى المكرم حاتم بن حمد الطائي على جهوده الوطنية المخلصة في إقامة وتنظيم مثل هذه الملتقيات العلمية الهامة، راجياً المولى عز جلاله وسلطانه أن يوفقنا جميعاً في خدمة وطننا الغالي عمان. لقد لامس التحول التقني الهائل والمتسارع والمستمر الذي يشهده العالم شتى مجالات الحياة وجوانبها، حيث أصبحت التقنية عاملاً بالغ التأثير في حياتنا المعاصرة، ومثل شقها الإيجابي عاملاً أساسياً في بناء وتعزيز الاقتصاد الوطني وإرساء دعائم الازدهار المجتمعي. من جهة أخرى، رافق هذا التقدم التقني تحديات أمنية خطيرة تتعدى الحدود الإقليمية، وتتمثل في التهديدات الإلكترونية التي تعددت أنماطها ومصادرها. وتتمثل هذه التهديدات كما ذكرت في التهديدات الإلكترونية التي تعددت أنماطها ومصادرها، سواء تهديدات من قبل أفراد أو مجموعات مستقلة أو مدعومة ولأهداف مختلفة، منها الكسب المادي، التخريب، التجسس، وجمع المعلومات. ومن أبرز هذه التهديدات تلك التي تشنها مجموعات التهديد أو الاختراق المتقدم Advanced Persistent Threat، والتي عادة ما تكون مدعومة من قبل دول ولها أبعاد أمنية بحتة. ولا يخفى على الجميع مقدار التأثير الذي يمكن أن ينتج عن هذه التهديدات وما يتبعها من اختراقات إلكترونية تشكل تهديداً خطيراً على البنية الأساسية الوطنية وأمنها المعلوماتي، لا سيما في حال استهداف مؤسسات حكومية سيادية ومؤسسات البنى الأساسية والاقتصادية ومؤسسات القطاع الخاص. كما أن تطور هذه التهديدات وتعدد الأدوات المستخدمة فيها وتوظيفها للتقنيات المتقدمة مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي والهندسة الاجتماعية يشكل عبئاً وتحدياً كبيراً على منظومة الأمن الإلكتروني. ولمواجهة هذه التهديدات المتطورة والمتجددة وسعياً إلى الحد من تأثيراتها، خاصة مع بدء تطبيق تنفيذ رؤية عمان 2040 التي هدفت ضمن أولوياتها إلى تحول قائم على التقنية والمعرفة والابتكار لبناء قاعدة متينة على أساس التنوع الاقتصادي وازدهار المجتمع، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز الحكومة الإلكترونية. وجاءت التوجيهات السامية بإنشاء مركز الدفاع الإلكتروني بالمرسوم السلطاني 64/2020 ليكون الجهة المختصة والمسؤولة عن الدفاع الإلكتروني في السلطنة والمرجع الوطني لحماية المصالح الحيوية في الفضاء الإلكتروني، حيث يهدف هذا المركز إلى تعزيز قدرة الجهات المعنية والأفراد على التصدي للتهديدات الإلكترونية، كما يسعى في نفس الوقت إلى بناء قدرات وطنية متخصصة في الأمن الإلكتروني، وذلك عن طريق تكوين شراكات بين القطاعات المعنية محلياً ودولياً. ولتحقيق هذه الأهداف عمل المركز على إعداد الاستراتيجية الوطنية للدفاع الإلكتروني بالتنسيق مع الجهات ذات الصلة، ويباشر من خلال اختصاصاته وضع وتحديث الخطط والسياسات المختلفة لمواجهة الأخطار والتهديدات المتعلقة بالأمن الإلكتروني، حيث يحرص المركز بالتنسيق مع الجهات المعنية على متابعة تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية وسياسات الأمن الإلكتروني الصادرة. إن من أهم أولويات الأمن الإلكتروني هو التصدي ومنع محاولات إعاقة أو تعطيل أو تخريب شبكات الاتصالات وتقنيات المعلومات. وفي هذا الخصوص فإن مركز الدفاع الإلكتروني يعمل جنباً إلى جنب مع مختلف الجهات المختصة في هذا المجال، ويسعى من خلال تضافر الجهود الوطنية إلى التصدي لأي تهديدات قد تلحق ضرراً بمنظومة الأمن الوطني أو المنظومة الاقتصادية في السلطنة أو العلاقات الدولية والإقليمية. كما يقوم المركز على إعداد ودعم الدراسات والبرامج والبحوث العلمية اللازمة لتنظيم منظومة الأمن الإلكتروني في السلطنة، وذلك بالتنسيق مع المؤسسات الأكاديمية والمهنية. إن تنظيم مثل هذه الملتقيات والورش العلمية يسهم بشكل فاعل في تسليط الضوء على قطاع الأمن الإلكتروني والتهديدات المصاحبة له، كما أنه يسهم من خلال أوراق العمل المقدمة والمناقشات المصاحبة في إثراء الجانب البحثي والعلمي في هذا المجال، كما يعزز الوعي بثقافة الأمن الإلكتروني والتهديدات المصاحبة لاستخدام التقنية بين أفراد المجتمع الذين بلا شك يشاركوننا مسؤولية التصدي لهذه التهديدات والدفاع عن السلطنة في الفضاء الإلكتروني، وذلك من خلال الاطلاع ورفع المستوى المعرفي لديهم عن أبرز التهديدات الإلكترونية ووسائل التصيد المختلفة، والتي تسعى الجهات داخل السلطنة المختلفة لنشرها والتعريف بها من خلال مختلف وسائل التواصل الإعلامية التقليدية والحديثة. وختاماً، أجدد شكري لمعالي الدكتور راعي المناسبة وللقائمين على هذا الملتقى العلمي الهام، متمنياً للجميع تجربة مثرية واستفادة واسعة مما يطرح فيه من رؤى وأبحاث ومناقشات. وفقكم الله جميعاً، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Your Excellency, Dr. Saeed bin Mohammed Al-Saqri, our distinguished guests and kind audience, now I would like to welcome Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahabi, the Chief Executive Officer of Oman Data Park, to present the main speech. Please do join us.
دكتور علي هذه بارك الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ونفس وما سواها فألهمها فجورها وتقواها. هنا نعلم بأننا نعيش بين بشر يعملون ليل نهار من أجل الخير، ولكن لا نغفل كذلك بأن هناك من يعكفون على صناعة الشر، فهذه سنة الحياة. إذا تم قياسها كدولة، فإن الجريمة الإلكترونية التي يتوقع أن تلحق أضراراً يبلغ مجموعها 6 تريليون دولار أمريكي على مستوى العالم عام 2021 ستكون بذلك ثالث أكبر اقتصاد في العالم بعد الولايات المتحدة والصين. تتوقع شركة سايبر سيكيورتي فينتشرز أن تنمو تكاليف الجرائم الإلكترونية العالمية بنسبة 15% سنوياً على مدى السنوات الخمس المقبلة، لتصل إلى 10.5 تريليون دولار أمريكي سنوياً بحلول عام 2025، مقارنة ب3 تريليون دولار أمريكي عام 2015، وهذا يمثل أكبر تحول للثروة الاقتصادية في التاريخ، ويخاطر بالحوافز المتعلقة بالابتكار والاستثمار، وعليه يعد أكبر بكثير من تلك المخاطر الناجمة عن الكوارث الطبيعية في عام واحد. تشير بعض التقديرات إلى أن حجم شبكة الدارك ويب التي لا تتم فهرستها أو الوصول إليها بواسطة محركات البحث المعروفة التي نستخدمها اليوم كجوجل أكبر بمقدار 5000 مرة من الويب السطحي الذي نتعامل معه بشكل يومي، وتنمو هذه الشبكة بمعدل يفوق التوقعات. شبكة الدارك ويب هي أيضاً المكان الذي يشتري فيه المجرمون الإلكترونيون ويبيعون البرامج الضارة ويديرون مجموعات الاستغلال وخدمات الهجوم الإلكتروني والتي يستخدمونها لضرب الضحايا، بما في ذلك الشركات والحكومات والمرافق الخدمية ومقدمي الخدمات الأساسية. عليه فإننا لا نبالغ القول بأن الهجمات الإلكترونية باتت باستطاعتها تعطيل اقتصاد مدينة بل دولة بأكملها. يقول جاك بلانت الرئيس التنفيذي لإنتروجن بأن مجرمو الإنترنت يعرفون تماماً أن بإمكانهم احتجاز الشركات الكبرى الرافدة لاقتصادات الدول كرهائن من خلال الانتهاكات وبرامج الفدية وهجمات ما يسمى برفض الخدمة Denial of Service Attack. عليه ليس بالمبالغ القول بأن كل مؤسسة في القطاعين العام والخاص عرضة للاختراق أو سيتم اختراقها من خلال برامج ضارة، وهي هدف للمتسللين الإلكترونيين. فيما يتعلق ببرامج الفدية رانسوموير التي نسمع عنها دائما، هي برامج ضارة تصيب أجهزة الكمبيوتر والأجهزة المحمولة بالشلل التام وتقيد وصولها إلى الملفات، وغالبا ما يتم التهديد بإتلاف البيانات بشكل دائم ما لم يتم دفع فدية مالية كبيرة. توقع تقرير صدر عام 2017 من سايبر سيكيورتي فينتشرز أن أضرار برامج الفدية رانسوموير ستكلف العالم 5 مليار دولار في عام 2017، ارتفاعاً من 325 مليون دولار في 2015، أي زيادة بمقدار 15 مرة في عامين فقط. وقدرت الأضرار لعام 2018 بنحو 8 مليار دولار، وفي عام 2019 ارتفع هذا الرقم إلى 11.5 مليار دولار. وتشير أحدث التوقعات إلى أن تصل تكاليف أضرار برامج الفدية رانسوموير عالمياً إلى 20 مليار دولار بحلول عام 2021، أي 57 ضعفاً عما كانت عليه في عام 2015. يتوقع الخبراء كذلك إلى حدوث هجمات الفدية رانسوموير على الشركات كل 11 ثانية بحلول عام 2021، ارتفاعاً من كل 40 ثانية في عام 2016. أبرز الهجمات ستوجه نحو مقدمي الرعاية الصحية والمستشفيات، حيث يمكن أن تؤثر هذه الأنواع من الهجمات الإلكترونية على السلامة الجسدية للمواطنين. وعلى سبيل المثال الحصر، أبلغت السلطات الألمانية خلال العام المنصرم 2020 عن هجوم فدية تسبب في فشل أنظمة تكنولوجية للمعلومات في مستشفى كبير في مدينة دوسلدورف الألمانية، وتوفيت امرأة كانت بحاجة إلى علاج عاجل عند الاضطرار إلى نقلها إلى مدينة أخرى لتلقي العلاج. في عام 2013 أعلنت شركة IBM أن البيانات داتا ستكون للقرن ال21 مثل الطاقة البخارية للقرن ال18، والكهرباء في القرن ال19، والهيدروكربونات للقرن ال20. قال جيني جيروماني الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة IBM كوربوريشن في عام 2015 مخاطباً المدراء التنفيذيين ومدراء المعلومات من 123 شركة في 24 صناعة في مؤتمر في مدينة نيويورك: نعتقد أن البيانات هي ظاهرة عصرنا، إنه المورد الطبيعي الجديد للعالم، إنه الأساس الجديد للميزة التنافسية، وهو يغير كل مهنة وصناعة. إذا كان كل هذا صحيحاً ولا مفر منه، فإن الجريمة الإلكترونية بحكم تعريفها هي أكبر تهديد لكل مهنة وكل صناعة وكل مؤسسة وشركة في العالم. سيخزن العالم 200 زيتا بايت من البيانات بحلول عام 2025، حيث يتضمن ذلك البيانات المخزنة على البنى التحتية لتكنولوجيا المعلومات الخاصة والعامة، والبنى التحتية للخدمات، ومراكز البيانات السحابية الخاصة والعامة، وأجهزة الحوسبة الشخصية، وأجهزة الكمبيوترات السطحية، وأجهزة الكمبيوترات المحمولة واللوحية والهواتف الذكية، وعلى أجهزة إنترنت الأشياء IoT Internet of Things. فيما يتعلق بوباء كوفيد-19 ونتيجة لهذا الوباء، يعمل ما يقارب من نصف القوى العاملة في العالم من المنزل وفقاً لجامعة ستانفورد، وعليه يقوم الموظفون بإنشاء المزيد من البيانات والوصول إليها ومشاركتها عن بعد من خلال التطبيقات السحابية. ومن المتوقع أن إجمالي كمية البيانات المخزنة في السحابة، والتي تشمل السحابات العامة التي يديرها البائعون وشركات التواصل الاجتماعي مثل أبل وفيسبوك وجوجل ومايكروسوفت وتويتر وغيرها ستصل إلى 100 زيتا بايت بحلول عام 2025 أو 50% من بيانات العالم في ذلك الوقت، ارتفاعا من حوالي 25% كانت مخزنة في الأنظمة السحابية في عام 2015. ما يقارب من 1,000,000 شخص ينضمون إلى الإنترنت كل يوم، حيث تشير التوقعات بأن كل المتصلين بشبكة الإنترنت سيصل إلى ما يقارب 6 مليار شخص سيتفاعلون مع البيانات في عام 2022، ارتفاعا من 5 مليار في عام 2020، وسيصل إلى أكثر من 7.5 مليار مستخدم للإنترنت في عام 2030. لقد توسعت التهديدات السيبرانية من استهداف وإلحاق الضرر بأجهزة الكمبيوتر والشبكات والهواتف الذكية إلى الأشخاص والسيارات والسكك الحديدية والطائرات وشبكات الطاقة وأي شيء له نبضات قلب أو نبض إلكتروني. ترتبط العديد من هذه الأشياء بشبكات الإنترنت بطريقة ما، مما يزيد من تعقيدات الأمن السيبراني. بحلول عام 2023 سيكون هناك 3 أضعاف الأجهزة المتصلة بالشبكة على الأرض أكثر من البشر، وفقا لتقرير صادر من شركة سيسكو. وبحلول عام 2022 سيتم تضمين 1 تريليون جهاز استشعار سنسورز متصل بالشبكة في العالم من حولنا، بما يصل إلى 45 تريليون في 20 عاما المقبلة. وصلت حركة مرور الIP إلى معدل تشغيل سنوي وقدره 2.3 زيتا بايت في عام 2020، ارتفاعا من معدل التشغيل السنوي البالغ 870 إكسا بايت في عام 2015. عليه فإن البيانات هي لبنة بناء الاقتصاد الرقمي، الجيج إيكونومي، وتجلب معها فرص للابتكار وبناء أسواق تجارية، ولكن علينا كذلك أن نكون على جاهزية تامة، فسبل التهديدات الإلكترونية من حولها لا تحصى. فيما يتعلق بالإنفاق على الأمن السيبراني، في عام 2004 بلغت قيمة سوق الأمن السيبراني العالمي 3.5 مليار دولار، وفي عام 2017 بلغت قيمتها أكثر من 120 مليار دولار، أي نمو بمعدل حوالي 35 ضعفاً خلال فترة 13 عام تلك. من المتوقع أن يتجاوز الإنفاق العالمي على منتجات وخدمات الأمن السيبراني للدفاع ضد الجرائم الإلكترونية عالمياً أكثر من تريليون دولار بشكل تراكمي على مدى فترة ال5 سنوات من 2017 إلى 2021. تتوقع شركة سايبر سيكيورتي فينتشرز نمو سوق الأمن السيبراني بنسبة تتراوح بين 12 إلى 15% على أساس سنوي حتى عام 2025. طبعاً هذه توقعات على مستوى عالمي، وبينما قد تبدو هذه زيادة جيدة إلا أنها تتضاءل مقارنة بتكاليف الجرائم الإلكترونية المتكبدة، فما نصرفه على الجرائم الإلكترونية سيكون أكبر من هذا الرقم. يواكب قراصنة الإنترنت أحدث التقنيات، وباتوا يستخدمون تقنيات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة كما نستخدمها نحن. فقد أشارت منظمة العفو الدولية من أن العدو يستخدم الآن الذكاء الاصطناعي ضدنا. من الأهمية بمكان بالنسبة للأعمال والحكومات أن يدركوا بأن متوسط الهجوم الإلكتروني لا يأتي من شخص على لوحة مفاتيح، بل إنه يأتي من خوارزميات ذكاء اصطناعي Artificial Intelligence تعمل من خلال جهاز كمبيوتر عملاق وتهاجم ليل نهار كل عنوان IP يمكن أن تجده على الإنترنت، ولا يهم إذا كنت مؤسسة صغيرة أو كبيرة أو كنت فرداً. يعكف رؤساء وخبراء أمن المعلومات حالياً العمل على تطوير نظم ذكاء اصطناعي متطورة تشبه تقنيات التحقيق والإبلاغ الخاصة بالخبير البشري، بحيث يتم استشعار ومعالجة التهديدات الإلكترونية آلياً قبل حدوث الضرر. إذا كان الأعداء يستخدمون الذكاء الاصطناعي لشن هجمات إلكترونية، فإن المؤسسات والشركات في الدول بحاجة إلى استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي كذلك للدفاع عن أنفسهم. تبذل الشركة العمانية للبيانات الرقمية عمان داتا بارك جهوداً حثيثة في مجال الأمن السيبراني، بدءاً بإطلاق مركز الأمن السيبراني في عام 2016 وإطلاق هويته الخاصة سايبر سيكيورتي بارك، وإدارته من قبل طاقم عماني بنسبة 100%. يقدم المركز حالياً أكثر من 20 خدمة مدارة في الأمن السيبراني على مدار الساعة لأكثر من 350 مؤسسة حكومية وخاصة في السلطنة حتى الآن وخارج السلطنة كذلك. كما يتعامل المركز مع أكثر من 30,000 هجمة إلكترونية يوميا. 30,000 هجمة إلكترونية يوميا. كما يعكف فريق سايبر سيكيورتي بارك حاليا العمل على تطوير أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي للتعاطي مع الهجمات الإلكترونية المتقدمة. تواصل السلطنة ولله الحمد مسيرتها وفق رؤية 2040 نحو تنفيذ الخطط الرامية نحو التحول الرقمي، والأمن الإلكتروني ليس بمعزل عن ذلك. وعليه بات من الضروري أن يكون لدى كل مؤسسة حكومية وخاصة مستشار أمن إلكتروني أو خبير أو مختص في الأمن السيبراني في قمة هرمها أو مجلس إدارتها، لأن التهديدات السيبرانية تعد أكبر خطر على استمرارية الأعمال تواجه المؤسسات والشركات. عليه بات من الضروري مواصلة الجهود حول جذب انتباه الجميع إلى المخاطر المحتملة على الفرد والمجتمع واقتصادات الدول من التهديدات السيبرانية المتسارعة، وأهمية وجودها ضمن أولويات الخطط التنموية، مما يتطلب تعزيز معدل الإنفاق في مشاريع وبرامج الأمن الإلكتروني. كما يجب مواصلة الجهود نحو تأهيل الكوادر البشرية بالجيل التالي من برامج وأجهزة التعلم الآلي روبوتكس والذكاء الاصطناعي، وتشجيع المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة على استثمار الفرص وخلق سوق عمل لتقديم خدمات متقدمة في مجال الأمن الإلكتروني. حفظ الله السلطنة قيادة وشعبا من كل مكروه، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Your Excellency, kind guests and audience, Sir Tom Allaby, CBE, is the founder and CEO of Crossword Cybersecurity PLC, which is a British cybersecurity company. Sir Allaby is also a non-executive director of the BBC and a non-executive director of the world's largest advertising agency, WPP PLC. He was also awarded a CBE by Her Majesty the Queen in 2018. Sir Allaby is also a Fellow of St. Anne's College, University of Oxford, and Jesus College, Oxford. He will also now present the keynote speech virtually for us for this conference. Please join us.
Good morning. My name is Tom Ilube, and thank you for hosting me at this very important and timely conference. His Excellency Dr. Saeed Al-Sakri, Your Highnesses and Excellencies, honourable members of the State Council, distinguished guests, Al Rayan newspaper and Oman Data Park, thank you very much for hosting me on this occasion. I'm going to share my screen so that I can take you through the topic that I want to discuss. So Crossword Cybersecurity is a British cybersecurity company that works with universities and shares knowledge from universities with organizations and commercial companies. And we, in fact, are planning to establish a cybersecurity business in Oman later this year with key Omani partners. And we look forward to sharing our expertise with you. In particular, this morning, I want to share some insights into what's happening around an area called supply chain attacks, which are growing very quickly. We all know that there are a number of attacks going on across businesses, and we're very aware of that. But what do we need to prepare for that are coming up over the next few years, and in fact are becoming increasingly difficult problems today? The problems that we're facing now are what are called cyber supply chain attacks. This is where an attacker attacks your supply chain and tries to damage the organization by targeting the weak links in your supply chain. So we spend a lot of time, money, and effort as organizations defending the front of our organization. As you can see in the graphic here, we put up big walls. We make sure the attackers can't attack us from the front. But what they're doing is looking for opportunities to attack us from behind. And the way they do that is to attack the supply chain. This is a bit like you spend all your time and effort locking the front door, putting on chains and bars on the front door of your house, but you leave the back door wide open. And attackers know that this is what organizations and businesses do all the time. They spend all their effort, a lot of their effort, on the front door and leave the back door wide open. So let me give you two real-world examples of what has happened in this area. There's a company called Target in the States, a major USA retailer, and Target was targeted in this sort of attack. The attack was very clever. The attackers managed to steal 40 million customer credit and debit card details. And in total, something like 70 million customers' information was compromised. The way they did this was to install malware on the cash registers in 1,800 stores belonging to Target, so that every time those cash registers were used by a customer to use their credit and debit card details, the malware copied the details of the credit and debit card straight back to the attackers behind the scenes. It was sitting there copying credit and debit card details across 1,800 stores. The question then arises, how did the attackers manage to get their malware onto the cash registers in 1,800 stores of this organization? And by the way, let me tell you, this organization was spending large amounts of money, millions of dollars, on protecting itself from a cybersecurity point of view. In fact, apparently it had recently started another $1.6 million upgrade of its new cybersecurity defenses while this attack was going on, the attackers launched a supply chain attack. They looked for the weakest link, and the weakest link that they found was a company, a supplier that provided air conditioning systems to target, what are called HVAC systems, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. The attackers stole details, login details from the air conditioning supplier and used those details in order to attack the supplier, in order to attack target. The total impact was tremendous. An estimated cost to target of around $300 million, which was offset to some extent by cyber insurance policy. Over 80 civil lawsuits, the CEO lost their job. So you can see that when attackers decide they're going to target a supplier in order to get into whoever they want to go after, it can have a profound impact. I'll give you one other example. SolarWinds, a very recent attack that took place last year. Hackers compromised SolarWinds. SolarWinds is an IT infrastructure company, and hackers compromised the company. They took at least 3 months setting up the attack. They were very patient, very slow, very patient to try and understand the systems. And it took them over 3 months in order to prepare and set up the attack. Their approach was to get into and compromise the build systems. These are the systems that update SolarWinds software. So when a company updates its software, it then does a build in order to prepare the software, the new version of the software, to be delivered. These hackers managed to compromise the build system so that they could install their malware, their Trojans, including remote access tools, into the updated software. What that meant was that when the clients of SolarWinds updated the SolarWinds software, not only did they update the SolarWinds software, at the same time as they were updating the SolarWinds software, they were also downloading the hackers' software onto their own systems. And they were now infected with these malware tools. The hackers then had direct access into the clients, and they used that direct access using their remote access tools to install more tools that then gave them access to emails and documents in the client system. Out of something like 33,000 SolarWinds clients, something like 18,000 were vulnerable to this attack. 18,000 companies and organizations around the world were vulnerable to this attack. It's been described as the worst incident ever suffered by the USA. People have said that thousands of organizations globally have been impacted by this attack. The hackers had access into all of these organizations for at least 8 or 9 months before it was finally discovered. They were very quiet, very sophisticated, very quiet. They got into the systems and they just quietly stayed in the systems, accessing emails, accessing documents, accessing data, not causing a fuss, not bringing the systems down or anything, just observing and accessing for 8 or 9 months until it was discovered. Organizations in governments, technology, consulting, oil and gas across North America, Europe, Asia, Middle East were all impacted by this attack. It was a very, very successful supply chain attack. And you can see the difference between the two examples that I've given. One was very focused on a particular company, Target. How do we access that company? Let's look for the supplier that has the weakest link. Let's attack that supplier. And through that supplier, let's get into the company. The other one, SolarWinds, was wide and far. Let's compromise a provider of IT infrastructure, and by doing that, let's access thousands of other companies across the world. They are both examples of supply chain attacks, which are different to the normal attacks that you see. What do you need to do to defend yourself against supply chain attacks? What you need to do is to carry out supplier assurance. And there are three things that you need to do there. You need to analyze, you need to assure, and you need to assess. To analyze, you need to understand the risks that suppliers may pose in your organization. There'll be some of them that are no risk at all. They're suppliers to your organization, but they have no access to data, no access to your system. They're low risk. There are others that will be high risk. You need to analyze them. You need to understand your full supply chain. If you called in your supplier manager today and said, how many suppliers have we got? What countries are they in? What levels of sophistication? Who are their subcontractors? Would they be able to answer that question today? Do they have that information? Would they give to you? You need to assure your systems. You have the right, in most cases, to audit your supply chain. So you will need to use that right to go to your key suppliers, not all of your suppliers, but your key suppliers, and ask them about their security standards. If you have, for example, 500 suppliers, it may be that only 50 of them are the ones that you need to audit in detail. Which are those 50? And have you audited them? And have you checked their level of cybersecurity? Because if their cybersecurity is weak, your cybersecurity is weak. It doesn't matter how much you spend on yourself. If your key supplier's cybersecurity is weak, your cybersecurity is weak. And you need to set minimum standards for your suppliers. For example, in the UK, we have a standard called Cyber Essentials. This is the minimum standard that most government departments would expect a supplier to have. And that's an important point. You would expect, and a good way to drive this throughout the country is for key government departments to say, if you want to be a supplier to our department, you have to adhere to this minimum standard. And here it is laid out and confirmed to us that you meet this minimum standard. And then you have to assess on an ongoing basis. This isn't a one-off exercise. You need to provide guidance to your key suppliers and you need to monitor their effectiveness. So you will be looking to come back perhaps every year to your key suppliers and say to them, tell us the updates you've done to your systems, confirm to us that the information you gave to us a year ago is still current and you are still as secure as you were a year ago. To do this effectively and methodically, you will need some sort of supplier assurance platform that enables you to capture all the information in one place in a dashboard so that you can look across your suppliers and see which ones are red, which ones are amber, which ones are green, which ones you need to look into in more detail, which ones are fine, and keep them updated. And Crossword has a platform called Risicon that we use for this, and we will be bringing to Oman at some point over the coming year. But there are other platforms as well. The key thing is that in your organization, you have a supplier assurance platform that enables you to methodically look through your suppliers and make sure that they are secure. So, just to conclude, in order to protect yourself against supplier attacks, which are a growing problem, you need to protect the back door of your organization as well as the front door of your organization. And that means checking that your supplier's cybersecurity posture is as mature as your own cybersecurity posture. You do that by analyzing, assuring, and assessing. And to do that in a methodical way, you need a robust supplier assurance platform that will enable you to do that in a rigorous way. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Your Excellency, our distinguished guests, I would like to now invite Dr. Haytham Al-Hagri, the Executive Cybersecurity Specialist, Oman National, CERT, to give his presentation. Please join us.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us today here to speak with you. And from the list, I have worked maybe with 75% of the audience today, so it's very challenging to bring something new. However, I'll be speaking today about the cybersecurity challenges and indicators here in the Sultanate and how we can move forward with a world that we need cybersecurity to be an essential part of it. So first of all, I would like to mention that as an indicator, we need to see what cybersecurity posture here in Oman. And I think I want a slide over. So we wanted to see what the posture since last year, what we've been doing here in the Sultanate of Oman, and how we took things in perspective. According to this year's report for MTCT-IT, we have dealt successfully with 417 kind of attack targeted the cyberspace in Oman. That has shown that the actual reports that comes from our sister agencies and the government sector and private sector and critical infrastructure as well have reached 1,461 reports that we successfully have dealt with. Also, the number of critical notifications that we have sent and prepared around 107 critical notifications that we have sent and shared with a public perspective. Again, the cases that we have dealt through the Digital Forensics Lab, accordance with the law enforcement and sister agencies here with the Sultanate, have reached 128 cases just in 2020 that resulted in analysis of over 700 devices, 671% to be precise. And those numbers of devices that we have only analyzed inside the Digital Forensics Lab in cooperation with the sister agencies. So what does Oman do at international level? Where we have been? Well, we have ranked 5th in the Arab world, in the Arab Digital Economy Index within 22 countries. We have ranked 16th out of 175 of international cybersecurity readiness. We have ranked 11th out of total 168 countries in the Open Data Inventory Report. And again, we are in the 48th position of 172 countries in government readiness for index in artificial intelligence. And that shows that the posture of Oman has been really increasing very well and is competing in the top league. However, other countries as well vigorously investing in cybersecurity, as everybody should, and they are considering cybersecurity not only as a challenge and obstacle, but also as an opportunity. So what is our vision in the Oman 2020 and how an Oman National CERT, a cybersecurity center, is in coordinates with the vision of 2020? We have taken as a guide, as a map, where we see cybersecurity as a challenge as well, we saw it as an opportunity for us to grow, an opportunity for us to contribute in the nation GDP. So according to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, they say about 5 to 14% of the GDP of the global could be contributed within digital industry, and that as an overall digital industry. If we want to go specifics within the security or cybersecurity, it's also huge. So we have taken some pointers from Oman Vision 2040, and we wanted to translate how we could contribute, how to contribute to that nation, as well how we can find ourselves within that. So as a strategic decision or economical diversification, we have seen that the digital industry is growing at a large scale. For example, there is $270 billion by 2026 is expected that the growth of the digital industry. As well, there is $7 billion invested in 2019 for a small to medium enterprises and companies. And that shows a huge lack as well in perspective of manpower and labor and skilled labor within the cyber domain, especially in cybersecurity. We have a lot of people who have graduated from school with the domain in cybersecurity or in the digital domain itself. However, they are not very highly skilled yet. They need time, they need practice, and they need opportunities to even grow further. And by looking at that, we took in some examples in doing some research. We found out that the Netherlands was expected to be $9.7 billion in 2014, where the UK have estimated 1,221 companies that generating 8.3 billion sterling pounds in a year in revenues and also in others. We found out that McAfee in 2019 have reached in revenue about $2.16 billion. And that shows that this industry generates a lot of money and generates a lot of income. Therefore, it needs special care and special attention. The GCC didn't fall behind. They paid special attention to this, and they have spent and allocated huge budgets. For example, the UAE have pointed 1.8 million dirhams just in the UAE itself, but at a global scale or at the MENA region, they have reached 18 billion dirhams in investment just in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia as well have invested heavily in this, and they just allocated 1.2 billion Saudi riyals, equivalent to 27 billion US dollars, in security and regional administration. Where did that leave Oman? As an anticipation, according to the globaldata.com report on the 20th of March 2020, anticipated the ICT spendings just in the Sultanate to grow 11%, from 3.2 billion in 2019 to reach approximately 5.6 billion in 2024. That shows we are spending a lot in the ICT sector, and we need to do something about it as well. Why we don't become a lead in this industry as well, and we produce this at a global level. So the MTCIT have created a roadmap. They said, let's do a plan according to Vision 2040, what we can do to contribute to the nation, how we can enhance the services, what are the challenges. So we looked at that the first 5 years, we need to really, really enhance the smart services. Smart e-government, we need to officially activate it and to be in full swing. With COVID-19 happening, we have seen the need that the COVID-19 has pushed us to work online, and we need to provide our services. We have to be flexible, and therefore we have to enhance our services and our infrastructure to be reliable as well as secure. The next 5 years, we need to look at the economy itself as a generator. We need to enhance the digital trading, and we make sure that we have an official digital trading. We can trade with the rest of the world. We can use the technologies that we have in hand today. Blockchain is a huge driver for that. And also, we enable the digital economy to make sure that through the key functions, we are enabling this economy to become better, bigger, and we have a prosperous kind of economy that depends on digital industry. And those drivers need time, need effort, and need dedications. Therefore, we looked into another enablers. What really areas we need to focus? Of course, there are a lot, but going with artificial intelligence is no-brainer. Space program as well, because it's integrated with the ICT. Cybersecurity is a huge driver. Smart e-government grids is really the platform that we need to look at. As an enabling, we looked at standards and compliance. We need to really enhance it, make it flexible, make it adaptable, and above all, make it easy access as well. And we have to be in compliance with the rest of the world. Whatever standards they're using, we should be either better or in compliance with it. We're looking at simulating the digital industry. We have to really spend money in the digital economy in order to get the money back as well, and also this is a capital investment we have to look at. Infrastructure and digital platforms is a huge driver. If we have a solid foundation, secure and reliable, then we will have an industry that we can rely on. People will have confidence and boosting confidence in using digital developments. Throughout the years of e-transformation, we could only see one challenge that faces everyone, is trust. People are not yet trusting fully the digital world and platforms. Therefore, they prefer to go to a specific department and finish their job manually. But during COVID, we have showed them that you could really depend on this service whenever it's available to you. So part of it as well, to look at two different perspectives. Cybersecurity is a huge aspect. I mean, if I want to spend the whole day talking about the objectives of Oman Vision 2040, especially in the ICT, I could take a week. But I'm going to focus in cybersecurity only. So what are the drivers that we really need to focus in? So robust cybersecurity protects the digital future that we're having, deploy security analysis and proactive measures, robust security and resilience, that it has to be robust yet resilient, because with the flexibility, with sharing of the big data, everybody today talks about big data and how we share this information, whether in critical sector or financial domain. We need that data to be robust, but also we need it to be secure to prevent any further leak of data. Focus in security research and development. Oman National CERT now through innovation programs that we need to look into the development of the ICT sector. We need to bring brains out. We need to bring solutions that could be not adaptable only for Oman, but we look at the whole global world. Also activate security cooperation and alliance, and this is a key function. One hand cannot clap, therefore we are cooperating with our sister agencies through the private partnership, through the government partnerships programs. Therefore we can come to an understanding where we're going and what the vision is. Labor market, also an essential part. We looked that the human factor is the weakest link on the security world. Not only that, but we want to address the skills gap. The skills gap is huge. People saying that there are a lot of people who have the degree, but they lack perspective, they lack the training, they lack the proper tracking. And that's where we're addressing it in Oman National CERT as well. We are initiating initiatives that target those kind of skill sets by doing hackathons or doing a program called the Ambassador Program, where we gather all these brains in one area and we say, this is what you need to do, this is your roadmap, this is what Oman needs in the future. We need more people into artificial intelligence. We don't need now developers at the moment, but we need people to understand blockchain, understand how to program it, artificial intelligence apply, cyberspace programs, and so on. So we are the driver to drive those skill sets to obtain the right qualifications, the right skill set, and then produce those skills to the rest of the world. Thank you very much for taking this opportunity, and I hope I added some perspective at what we are looking at Oman National CERT and how we can serve Oman through Vision 2040, and we become an advanced country in this stage. Thank you very much.
Kind audience and viewers, this conference would have not succeeded without the support of our participants, partners, and sponsors. That said, I would like to invite His Excellency, Dr. Saeed bin Mohammed Al-Saqri, the Minister of Economy, and Honorable Mr. Hatem bin Hamad Al-Ta'i, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee and Engineer, Maqbool Al-Wahabi, the CEO of Oman Data Park, to start the ceremony to honor the keynote speakers, partners, and supporters. Please join us. Before we start honoring the keynote speakers, I would like to remind everyone to take precautionary measures and maintain social distancing as much as possible. We will begin with Dr. Ali bin Salim Al-Blushi, Head of Cybersecurity Center. Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahabi, the CEO of Oman Data Park. Sir Tom Eloby, the CEO and founder Crossworld Cybersecurity PLC UK. And then, Dr. Haytham Al-Hagri, the Executive Cybersecurity Specialist at Oman National CERT. Mr. Firas bin Altaf Al-Lawati, Head of FinTech Committee at the Central Bank of Oman. Dr. Ahmed Al-Kalbani, the Dean of the Advanced Cybersecurity Academy. Mr. Ahmed Qarut, the Digital Infrastructure Solutions Manager at GBM Oman. Mr. Maytham Al-Lawati, Vice President of Technology and Operations at Oman Data Park and the moderator of the first panel discussion. Ms. Nahla Al-Blushi, the Head of Information Security at Central Bank of Oman. Mr. Mohammed Al-Lawati, the Head of Information Security at Bank Muscat. Mr. Ahmed Al-Blushi, the SVP and Head of Information Security at Sohar International. Dr. Abdullah Al-Blushi, the Regional Director and Cybersecurity Consultant at Ernst & Young and the moderator of this second panel. Engineer Talal Al-Siyabi, Information Management and Technology Cyber Defense Senior Specialist at PDO. Mr. Ali Al-Khabouri, Senior Manager for GRC and Cybersecurity at Nama Shared Services. Engineer Abdul Hakim Al-Alawi, the Head of Information Security and Risk Management at Oman LNG. Mr. Mohammed Al-Ajmi, the Acting Manager at Cyber Defense Center at Oman Tel. And now, we would like to award our partners and supporters of this conference. We will start with the Cyber Defense Center, our strategic partner. Oman Data Park, our strategic partner. Petroleum Development Oman, PDO, our strategic sponsor. Oman LNG, our gold sponsor. Tech Deliver, our participant sponsor. We are also supported by Oman National CERT and the Advanced Cybersecurity Academy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mr. Hatem bin Hamad Al-Ta'i, the Chairman of the Organization Committee of the Conference. Okay. Okay. Apologies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mr. Hatem bin Hamad Al-Ta'i, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee of the Conference, will now present a memorial gift to His Excellency, Dr. Saeed bin Mohammed Al-Saqri, Minister of Economy, in recognition of his patronage of this conference. And now, I would like to invite all of our keynote speakers and sponsors to take a memorable photo with His Excellency while still taking into account the safety measures and social distancing. Our kind viewers, we will now take a short break and then we will resume the conference. Thank you.
Cybersecurity Park accumulates all the success that we've been providing in the cybersecurity services in the market. The new brand will focus on providing 3 lines of business: preventive.
मुहय्यन बननी चाहिए। आया कॉफी proper angle. I'm getting it. Is it okay to keep my laptop here?
For presentation, yeah?
Yes, but it will be connected from there, but
yeah.
this is for my notes.
Okay. So
I'll just keep it
you
here.
don't want to connect it with anything?
No, nothing. I'll just keep it here.
هلا انتوا بعد
ايه بالضبط. ايه سامحيني يعني. سوري يعافيك.
Dear participants, please join us back to the conference as we will start right now. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Okay, تمام. قصدك الأي واحد إنه هم يدخلوا؟ أيوة شفتها من واجد هذا. Dear participants, we will be starting the conference again in a minute. Please do join us. Dear guests, if you could please take a seat as we will resume the conference now. Distinguished guests and viewers, now we will start with a session titled Challenges of Cybersecurity in the Economic Sectors. And the first paper will be presented by Mr. Firas Altaf Al-Lawati, the head of the FinTech Committee at the Central Bank of Oman. Please join us.
Dear guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen who are attending us today physically and also who is attending us virtually through the live stream, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to everybody. It is indeed privilege and honor to be here with you today all among cybersecurity experts discussing very important topic which is part of the Oman 2040 vision and as well of addressing every sector within the country. I would like to pass my appreciation message to Al Ru'ya newspaper and the Oman Data Park and every strategic and partner of this conference of being very, I would say, active on promoting awareness, sharing experiences, exchanging ideas within the experts. And the most important thing is supporting the journey of the digital transformation in the country. I'm sure the most important things today is to see how we could address challenges together. We have good experts around us today. So we have to get out today with a number of recommendations, I would say, suggestions on how to address the challenges that we are all facing. Of course, there is no doubt that everybody is moving through, I would say, digital transformation journey. And the financial sector, I would say the financial and banking sector is one of those sectors that also has witnessed a digital transformation enhancement, development. It's very important to note that the financial sector has I would say, a high contribution toward the development of the GDP on the economy of the countries. So looking at the Oman, for example, sorry, I don't know what's going on. Okay. So looking at Oman, for example, we have, as of September 2020, around 7.5% contribution to the GDP. Also looking into Singapore. Singapore is one of the countries who are leading, by the way, in the fintech, and they have a good initiatives that we all, I'll talk about it today as well. But during 2020, approximately 70.3 billion Singaporean dollar, the contribution to the GDP. And also in Estonia, 30 billion euro, the banking sector assets, which also contribute to the nation's GDP. So, also looking into the technology and the digital economy, I would say, the level of technology, the readiness of technology also play a crucial role in the development of the countries. As my colleague, Dr. Ali from the CERT have talked about good indication about the percentage of contribution to the economy from the digital economy. Between 4.5 to 15.5 of the worldwide GDP, there's a good contribution from the ICT sector. As well, looking into United States and China, we can see there is a great amount of percentage of contribution to the country's GDP. So the level of technology is also important to determine the economic growth. And this quick rates of growth is something positive, but at the same time, it's somehow scary, something that we should really give enough attention that there definitely will be some people who are looking into this growth and see how they can get into this growth for their own benefits, either through a data breach, cyber attacks, phishing, and so on. So digitization accelerates the economic growth and also facilitate job opportunities. Looking into the cyber attacks, we can see that during the pandemic, during COVID-19, of course, majority of the sectors have moved to work virtually. They moved into providing their services from their employees while working at home or working from home. Looking into some of the statistics, we can see the finance and insurance sector has witnessed the highest rate or the highest percentage in terms of hits, more than the other sectors since the pandemic has started. Hence, Oman and all the countries need to maintain the financial stability, financial integrity, and also the contribution to the growth from this sector and other sectors by addressing different risks, and on top of those risks is the cybersecurity risks. Today I'll try to discuss a few topics. So I will start to lay the ground by defining what is fintech, because I'm sure many people wouldn't still differentiate between fintech and IT, information system, and so on. And then also what is the role of fintech in the economy, and then also some of the global trends in terms of fintech, cybersecurity key facts from the international perspective, what are the challenges that impacting the cybersecurity, the challenges and the impact of cybersecurity in the economy. And then finally, I'll close my presentation with certain recommendations on how we could address these challenges. So if we talk about fintech, there is no unified definition of fintech. However, if we look into the financial stability, it's about technology-enabled innovation. So we are using the technological innovation, the emerging technology, in providing different financial services, enhanced financial services, in new processes, in new applications, in new products, of course with an associate material on the provision of financial service. To simplify the definition, we can say utilizing the innovative technologies in providing different financial and banking services, which will reflect in providing new products and new services, and new processes, and so on. I'm sure, I would say minimum 90% of the audience here, virtually and physically, they will at least use one of these fintech solutions. Fintech, maybe the terminology is new, but the concept is not new, because the first ATM was considered as a fintech. The online banking, the internet banking, Google Play, Apple Play, we have good names also in Oman. So those are all examples of fintech. What is the role? Of course, fintech plays a very important role in terms of contributing the economic growth, either through contribution to the GDP, attracting investment, there's no pointer, attracting investors, either local or global investors. Also have encouraged e-commerce. We know as part of the supply chain of e-commerce, digital payment is an important pillar. So that's why in 2018, 20.13% of the total global investments in fintech sector was by the e-commerce players, because they know that they need fintech. They need these. They need digital lending. They need digital payment. They need digital processes. Also, fintech has given an opportunity to have a new SMEs, a new fintech startups, which definitely contribute to the economy, which definitely contribute to have more jobs, more job opportunities. There are some of the economic and technological determinants that also have influenced fintech startups formation. And one of them, I think it will be interesting to many of you, availability of secure internet service. When we have a secure infrastructure, when we have a secure internet, when we have a high internet, mobile, broadband access, penetration ratio and rates, which is, alhamdulillah, in Oman we have a good rate. This all will encourage to have more fintechs, more startups, more digitization. In addition, of course, to other reasons, when you have a well-developed country, when you have access to credit facilities, venture capital, investments, and so on. And also, when looking into some of the investment that happened from 2013 to 2018, we can witness there is a huge increase in number of investments just in fintech. It jumped from $18.9 million to 118, and number of deals have also increased from 1,132 to 2,196. So the investment in fintech is recording a new records every year. Looking into some of the countries' contribution to the GDP in terms of to the GDP from the fintech activities, we can see, for example, United Kingdom, 11% of the GDP provided from fintech. Looking into Indonesia, by the way, looking at the development of fintech has added around 25.97 trillion Indonesian rupees to the GDP. Also in Singapore, 13% of the Singaporean GDP comes from fintech, in addition to 200,000 workers, just on fintech space. So, what creates the demands of fintech? Of course, there are many, I would say, elements that contribute the demands of fintech, which I talked about them, the determinants. But in addition to that is the customer. The customer also play a role on creating a demand. This is one of the survey was done by the World Retail Banking Report in 2019, which shows the reasons why would customers prefer to use fintech or to use financial banking services from non-banks or from non-traditional banking channels. Lower cost, easy to use, personalized product, faster, and of course, better features. Globally, at least 96% of a global consumer are aware of the fintech services, as per the Global Fintech Index 2019. 74% of the global consumer use money transfer and payment fintech services, and 33% of the global consumer often use fintech services. In MENA, we have recorded, by the way, a highest investment rates. We're talking about $4.6 billion in the first half of 2020. And also to the KPMG report in 2019, the global investment in fintech companies hits $135.7 billion with a total number of deals around 2,693 deals. And also looking into the number of fintech startups, we can see there is a growth as well. The growth is continuing to happen from 2018 across to February 2021 across all sectors. Across all regions, North America, Europe, Middle East, Asia Pacific, and so on. All these statistics that I'm sharing, all these figures I'm sharing, just to show how this is all happening because definitely there is a trust on this space. So the challenge here is how to continue this trust on this space by addressing the evolving cyber attacks, the evolving and development cyber incidents, data breaches. The global trends of 2021, we will see more of a digital banking. We'll see more of a branchless banking. We'll see more of e-commerce, especially during the pandemic. Open banking API, where banks need to share data with third parties. I'm sure when I say sharing confidential financial data with third party, a red alarms will be, or red flag will be raised by I would say half of this room. Because we know that these data are confident. We know these data need to be maintained with a high confidentiality. Advancing in AI and emerging technology. Yesterday we had a couple of presentations where all of them talked about AI and the beauty of AI, but we have also to be careful about the cyber risks behind the enablement of these new technologies. And finally, the digital customer onboarding, the digital identity. It's not anymore an option, rather than it's something, it's must, it needs to happen, where it allows the customers to be onboarded digitally. So if I want to enable this, so I need to secure the whole process, the whole supply chain. So moving to some of the statistics on the cybersecurity from the international perspective, which is somehow are alarming, to be very honest, because Sorry, let's talk about the data breaches first. The data breach exposed 4.1 billion records in the first half of 2019. 71% of the breaches were financially motivated, people looking for money. Global spending forecasted to reach up to $133.7 billion in 2022. It's a huge amount. It's a scary number, to be very honest. 62% of businesses experiencing phishing and social engineering attack in 2018. And I'm sure some of these percentages would be people who are faced with something similar in this room. So the most scary thing, which I have to say, Middle East. The average total cost of data breach in Middle East is relatively too high comparing to the global average rates. And we are in the Middle East. The cost is $173 per lost record. And the highest industry average cost per record is financial. The average size of data breach reached up to 38,800 records comparing to the 25,575 records of the global. Also, looking into the breaches that's happened in the United States, for example, we're talking about 130% increase over the last 14 years from 2006 to 2019. The Middle East has the highest average number breach records compared to the global average rates. There was one of the surveys or the research that was done by PwC Global FinTech Report, and they were asking the FinTech startups, what is the most challenging, I would say, risk or challenging factor from you to be developing fast or starting a new FinTech? Security, compliance, and data privacy have scored the first. And then the rest of the risk comes. So security should be always on the top of the list. So those figures, those statistics always motivate us, that there is a real need and real attention of cybersecurity, cyber resilience. This is very important through the representation of the overall impact of the cyber attacks on the financial sector, banking sector, and the economy as a whole. So BCG report states that, financial service firms are 300 times as likely as other companies in other sectors to be targeted by cyber attacks. And dealing with those attacks and dealing and a rebound of these attacks costs lots of money, higher costs for the banks. And sometimes securing it going to be cheaper, much cheaper than reacting to the breaches that could happen. By 2021, cyber criminals are projected to cost the global economy more than $6 trillion annually, comparing it with $3 trillion in 2015. So imagine what could be the impact on the global economy. And with the current financial crisis, with the pandemic around the world, these things will really aggressively hit everybody, because we are looking for opportunities and we're not looking for risks. So what are the challenges? I'll talk about challenges that I think it's more relative to the financial sector and banking sector, which is first of all the financial shock. When we have an improper attention to the cybersecurity, when we have an absence of cyber resilience strategy and framework, we may face one of these big challenges. We may have a liquidity disclosure in the banking sector. We may end up having a stock market crash, not only within one country, but across the regions, across nations, because cybersecurity doesn't know borders. It's borderless. Change in the monetary policy. Could be unpredictable changes in the monetary policy. And if it is too aggressively, then it might really touch the devaluation of the currency. And of course, it will impact the financial stability. Keeping in mind that the key factors of the financial sector is trust. We all have bank accounts. We all deal with banks. We all have our money there, transacting there, digital payments, electronic wallets, electronic lending in some of the countries. Why we do this? Because we trust. So imagine if that trust, by any chance, got broken. Then what will be the consequences? So I think this is one of my recommendations. Also, I'll talk about it at the end. We should have a cyber resilience framework strategy in every organization, or maybe at a national level. And this needs to be a consolidation or a complement of information security, business continuity, resilience, where we can contribute to the organizational, operational resilience and critical factor, and also as it's a critical factor in the overall, I would say, resilience of the financial system and the economy. Other risks, data security. We know that when we talk about financial sector, we're talking about confidential financial data, confidential information. Securing it, it's a challenge, especially now with the fintech. All the data are converted into digital formats, so they are more exposed to security risks. So we need to really make sure that we bring enough technology to protect these data. Sharing data, open banking API, big data is all about data sharing. So now the data is not only within my territory, is not only within my database, rather than I started to share my data with different entities. For example, open banking API, it's a concept, okay, which based on sharing data from traditional players to new entrants. We call them third-party providers. So imagine the amount of data that I'm sharing through an API. What is behind it? What is the confidentiality behind it? How I protect it? How I ensure that the third party that I'm sharing data with are securing the data as I'm securing it for the past 30 years, 50 years, 100 years as a bank. So the backbone of such collaboration is sharing data. This needs to happen in a secure manner. Digital identity, I've spoken about it. Most of the entities are moving into onboarding their customers digitally. So we need to make sure how we secure these identities. Compromising the identities, will really cause on data breach in terms of financial and personal. So we need a reliable setup powered by modern emerging technology. Cloud computing. I think Oman Data Park will like this part. Cloud computing, we know that a lot of digital services are offered through clouds. There's no doubt. A lot of financial services, payments, wallets, lending, banks are on cloud. Critical services. So we need to make sure that when we decide on the clouds, we have to go with the reliable cloud service providers. Because we are somehow outsourcing our services through a service provider. So we have to ensure that these service providers are also reliable and also could handle the criticality and confidentiality of the data. I think I'm running out of time, so I'll speed up. Lack of cybersecurity skill sets. This is not on cybersecurity only. This is across many emerging technology, I would say, domains. Unfortunately, we don't have a proper alignment between the graduates and the market needs. This is a risk we need to be properly addressed as well. Even in the United Kingdom, by the way, the challenge is not here only. It's a worldwide challenge. Even in the United Kingdom, 48% they are unable to carry out basic tasks of security. 30% are lacking advanced cybersecurity skills. Finally, the trust challenge, cyber attacks against the financial market infrastructure will undermine the confidentiality of the financial system, impacting economy. If we end up with a reputational issue, with a reputational risks, it will economically impact financially, revenue-wise, because we're not able to raise funds. We're not able to get investment. So, looking into the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report 2020, cyber risks continue ranking among the global risks. Still is #1 risks. So even with the pandemic, I think we need to put more efforts because everything is becoming digital. We started to build the trust of our customers. So we need to make sure that trust will not be broken by any chance. To cut the story short, so if we don't give these challenges enough attention, and if they are not well addressed, I think we'll see more impact on disturbing the financial systems, the financial integrity, the financial stability. Also, cyber threats, as I say, is borderless. It's across the nations and the countries. We need to work on the capabilities as well. So we require a strong cyber governance. And when I say cyber governance, it has to be systematic and proactive approach. Why? Because technology keeps changing. Security incidents and these securities incidents keep changing. Allocating the right resources, expertise, skills to manage these risks. Enhance the knowledge on the latest technology. I know that a lot of organizations, they think it's a cost center. Believe me, it's not a cost center. If we don't put enough investments, you will pay more than what you were supposed to pay at the initial stage. Cyber resilience strategy framework should be in place, developing and enhancing all ancillary services, regulatory and supervisory roles. Also, the policymakers, the supervisory bodies need also to play a critical role in this space in establishing a national cyber resilience culture, policies, guideline, and I think Oman is already doing this with its cyber security strategy in place. And also, fintech startup firms need to use modern technology and processes to secure their financial and banking data during the entire life cycle, from it gets in until it gets disposed. And finally, collaboration. I think we need collaboration, more of a collaboration between the trusted stakeholders in the industry, from different players, from cybersecurity, from the policymakers, technology providers, financial institutions, to really come with a practical mitigation plan and strategy for all these cybersecurity incidents. That's all. Thank you very much. And I hope it was okay to share all this information, and I wasn't boring. I'll leave you with this statement. Thank you very much.
Cybersecurity Park accumulates all the success that we've been providing in the cybersecurity services in the market. The new brand will focus on providing 3 lines of business: preventive services to protect organizations, detective services to ensure organizations are aware of the cyber threats they are facing, and threat intelligence services to give them a heads up of what's going on and ensuring their safety and hygiene on the cyberspace. Cybersecurity Park caters different market segments. Whether you're a startup, a small medium-sized organization, or a large enterprise, you need to make sure you can protect your organizations anytime. We strive to ensure best level of service availability, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, all across with the best level of assurance. Secure now, secure forever.
Thank you, Mr. Firas Lawati. Now the discussion will focus on the impact of COVID-19 on cybersecurity on the financial services. Mr. Maitham Al-Lawati, Vice President of the Technology and Operations at Oman Data Park, will be the moderator for the first panel discussion. Please join us. I would like to also invite to the stage Ms. Nahla Al-Blushi, the Head of Information Security at the Central Bank of Oman, and Mr. Mohammed Al-Lawati, Head of Information Security at Bank Muscat, and Mr. Ahmed Abdul Qadir Al-Blushi, the SVP and Head Information Security at Sohar International. Please join us.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for taking time from their busy calendar and coming here today morning. With all the COVID and everything, being here means a lot, and it really shows the dedication that the cybersecurity community has in Oman. So I think you know all of them, but I'm going to do a quick introduction. Our first panelist is Ms. Nahla Juma al-Belushi. She's the head of information security in the Central Bank of Oman. She carries more than 20 years of experience in the IT field. She's also part of the UK GCC Women in Cybersecurity. She's been also nominated to be part of the team as part of the fellowship program in the UK as an executive lady in the Middle East Women Cybersecurity Association. I would also say she's one of the leaders in the information cybersecurity here in Oman. Her footprint has really seen a lot in the last few years. She's done her degree from the Great Sultan Qaboos University, and she has her master's from University of Glasgow. Our second panelist is Mr. Mohammed Al-Lawati. He's the Chief Information Security Officer. He has more than 12 years of experience in research, consulting, and cybersecurity in multiple organizations in Oman, including MNCs. Mr. Mohammed holds a degree and a bachelor degree in information security from one of the top universities in cybersecurity from Australia. He has also a master's degree in technology and innovation. Mr. Mohammed has been a changer and a transformer to a lot of organizations in Oman, and his new journey has been also started recently with the bank. Mr. Mohammed is a well-versed cybersecurity with a lot of understanding in controls and resiliency. Mohammed has a proven record in delivering different security projects on a national level. And our final panelist is Mr. Ahmed Al-Belushi, Senior Vice President, Information Security, Sohar International Bank. He's an EX employer of Central Bank of Oman with a lot of experience in the financial services in the Sultanate. He has more than 15 years of experience in the field of IT, information security. Beside his different experiences, Mr. Ahmed has been one of the founders of information security offices and banks here in Oman. So we have a wealth of financial services today, and I will say almost of a decade of an experience of panelists here. The topic is emerging, and COVID has been a disruptor to the world. It has been a disruptor to the universe. It has changed how we live, how we socialize, how we talk, how we communicate to each other. And it had its big impact on cybersecurity. I would say it was a rough year for everyone, especially the IT operations, the cybersecurity experts. They were on their toes last year, and I think we're still trying to settle down. So the impact on cybersecurity from a COVID perspective has really been different. Last year, the IC3 report was announced in the US from the FBI. It was a very interesting report. It came out last night. I was reading it like 11:45 Oman's time, and it was saying that for the first time ever, phishing attacks, impersonation attacks have overcome ransomware attacks. So the amount of attacks that are being really targeted to individuals and personalization of attacks has really becoming a bigger issue. With the maturity of our infrastructure, with the maturity of our devices, our technology, still us as a human are vulnerable. You can get fooled easily. Like the other day, there was a big attack going on, or you get sometimes emails you cannot even know. Even me as a cybersecurity professional, I get sometimes emails that I really think 10 times before clicking on them. So it really becomes challenging, the human part of things. So my first hard question will go to Nahla. Always the hard questions goes to the smartest one in the panel. So how do you find that the COVID impact on the cybersecurity, especially at your industry? And what were the major challenges you faced during this pandemic?
Thank you very much, Maitham. First, I would like to refer to what Firas mentioned in his presentation. He mentioned that the financial services was the highest in terms of cyber attacks. The rate was almost 25%, which is quite high. Also, I was researching before this panel discussion, and I found that when the market stock fell like around February 2020, The least sector which was impacted was the health sector. And we all know that there was a high need for the health services. That's why the impact was very, very low. Compared to that, on the other end, the highest sector which was impacted was the energy sector, with around almost 33%. Second sector was the financial services with a 27% rate. So we can see that the financial services was one of the highest sectors impacted by COVID-19. When we talk about what we have done when this pandemic started, we should acknowledge that when the pandemic started, we changed the way we work. So people started working from home. Lockdowns happened at some point. So we started thinking how we ensure that we can provide secure connectivity to our staff. Second, we were thinking how we can provide secure connection also to the applications and systems. Specifically, we have very critical payment applications in place. The other thing is, which is very important, the cybersecurity awareness. It was mentioned in the previous presentations as well. It is really important to ensure that you have that cybersecurity culture in place. As Maytham was mentioning, the phishing attacks rate is just going crazy because what is happening now is people are trying always to know more about what is happening with COVID-19. So sometimes when you receive an email, it says that there is some information related to COVID-19, you need to do this or that. Sometimes you feel like, okay, maybe I need to know this information. And then you think, okay, I have to click on that. Other than that, we thought also of how we ensure we can provide some mobility applications to the users. Users no longer only can sit at home and use their laptops just to work. So we thought how we can introduce mobile device management solutions to ensure that people are connecting to the environment securely. So there are so many things. Also, when it comes to the bandwidth requirements, previously, you have maybe only IT and critical people who have VPN connectivity to the environment. With the pandemic, that changed. So instead of having, let's say, 20, 30, it turns to hundreds of people who need that connectivity. We had to ask the service providers to increase the bandwidth to ensure that people are able to get whatever they need. But then this I consider it, as a requirement and as a challenge as well, because it's very difficult to accommodate the needs of everyone. And we can see now, like, I don't know, is it the second or the third wave of COVID-19? More people are asking for that connectivity. And for them to work, we have to provide what is needed. Another challenge to me when it comes to working from home, some say that, productivity increased while working from home. It might be the case if you are doing, I don't know, maybe at some administrative tasks, so you don't really need to interact with people, you do your work. But when it comes to cybersecurity and IT and technology-related jobs, it's very important to talk to people, to discuss things. So being at home, sometimes people think that, okay, I need to be contacted whenever it is convenient to me. When it is not the case, we should consider it as a working day. So this is considered as one of the major challenges.
Thank you, Nahla. Mohammed, how do you see these impacts on your organization or on the industry?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, first of all. Very good morning to everyone. Well, I will look at this COVID disruption a bit differently, if you allow me. I mean, COVID disruption, what was unique about it was that few organizations, if any, were really factoring a global pandemic into their business continuity planning. What meant is their traditional means for recovery, for response is no longer effective. So they needed to make sure on the go, they come up with new approach, new strategy on how to deal with the pandemic situation in order to make sure the business continues its critical functions. Now, that by itself posed a challenge. Why? Because not only you're coming up with new methodologies, new approaches, new strategies, but on the go, you need to also assess the risk associated with that, especially when it comes to things like remote working, because remote working is not only about managing the cyber risk, but it also involves other risk consideration. Nahla has rightly mentioned there are things related to operational risk, your productivity, your working environment that you have worked so many years in your day-to-day operation is no longer the case when you work from home. You have fraud risk that you need to also take into consideration because your physical supervision is no longer the case, and you need to make sure that's addressed. Now, what I found personally very effective when it comes to dealing with this pandemic situation is to go with scenario-based planning. And what I mean by that is, in Oman, we were hit with the consequences of the pandemic a bit later compared to other countries. So we had the leverage to go through different scenarios. And by scenarios, I mean looking at the scale of the event, looking at the duration of the event, and what the impact it could have on the business. So let's take a few examples. What are the different scenarios that could happen in COVID-19? You have a partial lockdown, you have a full lockdown, you have travel restrictions, you have high number of infection cases in Oman, you have infection cases increasing within the organization, and you make sure you have appropriate response strategies for each and every scenario. Now, that seems to be very effective, but the key aspect to making this work is to make sure that you have all the right teams involved. You need to have the technology people there, you need to have the business team there, you need to have the operation team there, and most importantly, you need to have your executive crisis management team working alongside with you to make sure that decision-making is quick, because that's very essential. There is no room for delays in decision-making, because the more delayed you are, the pandemic is actually catching up. Now, what are the three main principles that you need to take into account while developing this strategy? I would say there are three. Safety, because safety of employees, of our customers, and our third parties is the most important aspect when it comes to any recovery strategy. Second is security of information assets. That's both physical and cyber security. And most importantly, which was something overlooked by many organizations, sustainability. Why? Because we are aware, and there were indicators very clear to us, based on what's happening in other countries, this is not a short-term crisis. This is a long-term situation, and we need to make sure that we cope up with the current status and continue our business in a sustainable way. So whatever recovery strategy you come up with, you need to make sure it's sustainable in the long run. Not something that you can do for a week, not something that you can do for a month, but something that you can continue doing and make sure your business continues its critical functions. Now, I don't want to take much of the panel's time over here, but in terms of cybersecurity, particularly, there were two areas in terms of response strategies which changed the threat landscape. And these were your online meeting tools and collaboration. These were not vastly used by many organizations. Some organizations use it for their vendor meetings, which are not physically available. But all of a sudden, everyone needs to use that because physical meetings are no longer an option. And as well as you use these collaboration tools. Now, what is the risk associated with that? Now, you have sensitive meetings happening on these tools. You need to make sure you protect against unauthorized access. A lot of files can be shared through these collaboration tools. How do you make sure that sensitive information is controlled and you have means to protect data loss incidents? As well as making sure that you have controls in place that someone does not take over a session or someone gets into a session where they are not authorized. We all heard about Zoom bombing attacks where people are starting getting into Zoom meetings, and just imagine if you are having an executive meeting or a board meeting and suddenly these cases happen. So these are new areas that you wanted to take into consideration. Now, the second area, which is a very hot topic, is remote access. Of course, everyone's been talking about remote access and remote working, but there are a lot of considerations that need to be taken in place before you consider the most effective way. Let me start giving a few examples. I think Nahla covered pretty much the core issues when it comes to remote access. But there were some challenges that were difficult to be addressed immediately. Your capacity of your perimeter network. You have certain perimeter security devices which have not been catered to accommodate all these remote access coming from outside. So at that point of time, you need to make sure that when you introduce this remote access, it does not affect your other critical services as well. That's one. The other area that was very important to be considered, do you provide laptops to your staff who can work from home? Do you have enough laptops in stock? And you need to also bear in mind the education sector was going towards online schooling. So there was actually a shortage of laptops in the market. And a lot of OEMs were not able to provide laptops anymore. So then let's decide you give them company-owned laptops. You need to make sure your endpoint security controls work. Do you have an offline proxy in place? Do you have your DLP controls in place? How do you go about your patch management? Because the norm is you come to the network, you connect your device, you get all the patches on the updates. Now everyone's sitting at home. Now it's a completely different scenario when you enable bring your own device and now asking all the employees to use their personal devices to connect to a corporate network. Do you have the right controls to make sure you implement a zero trust security model? So these are things that must be considered before deciding you need to enable remote access or not. And if you need to enable it, you need to make sure you have the right controls, the ones that Maitham have mentioned, the preventive controls, the detective controls, in order to make sure that you have the right setup in place. And then another aspect which was very important as well, your security operations. Now security operations is physical, and now all of a sudden we are considering ESOC, people monitoring security events from their home. How do you make sure the remote access connections that are happening to your corporate network are really secure? Because you're not used to seeing all these connections. And then you enforce all the encryption on those connections, and all of a sudden you don't know what's happening. So how do you make sure you validate the authenticity of those remote connections and detect suspicious behaviors? So I think these are pretty much the challenges in a nutshell that were posed by COVID-19 in the industry. And every organization dealt with it a bit differently based on their scenario planning and their approach to continue the business.
Thank you, Mohammed. That was really insightful. Ahmed, would really love to see your inputs on that.
Yes, good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank all the distinguished guests and, of course, the strategic partner for making this happen. Of course, this event brought all these experts under one roof to discuss not only the sufferings or, let's say, highlighting the cybersecurity threats that normally a lot of us suffer from, but also, pave the path for actionable plan for Oman Vision 2040 to ensure cybersecurity plan is being put and it's a concrete strategic, plan. Going back to your question, Maitham, definitely. I would like to say whether COVID-19 was basically a devil in disguise or it was a blessing in disguise for us. Let's be honest, since COVID-19 has come, we've seen a lot of organizations going through a lot of digital transformation over the last year and a half. It was immense transformation that I think, the funny thing about it is we were under impression that over the last few years we're fighting a virus or combating a virus that impacts the system. And then comes a virus that impacts human that did the major changes in our industry. And the challenge is that basically the situation in the banking industry is where you have group of people working on your network, on your environment, using your devices, all of a sudden to allowing them to work on their network, their PCs, and their environment at home. Unfortunately, we had to support that. However, I believe we are a business enabler. So despite the fact that it's a risk, but there is a way to maintain that risk. And it has to happen in a proactive measure and necessary steps to be taken to ensure necessary controls are put in place. When we go on the challenges, basically now, when I speak about the focus, ideally, the legacy way of doing security in businesses, we normally focus on network security and perimeter security, and this is how businesses look at. Today, the focus has changed because today we're talking about data security, and data security is since you're online, you're on WebEx, you're actually accessing Microsoft Teams, you're actually doing a lot of business from home. So it's essential to work on data security and ensure that people take that necessary controls in place. And of course, the weakest link are human. People should be skeptical and they always should be looking at the sources of email that they are opening. And definitely training awareness is essential factor to be played in this, in this pandemic, during this pandemic. I don't want to increase more than that, go above than that. I think it's enough.
Thank you. That was really insightful, Ahmed. So another topic that's really interesting without breaching anyone's confidentiality, we have, since we're on cybersecurity, we have the day-to-day cyber attacks that we face, and they become part of their daily routine to see different attacks, the normal attacks. But during the pandemic, I think we started seeing some new attack trends and new cyber attack trends trying to really exploit our people, our infrastructure. So we'd really love to touch base on every panelist. What are the new attack trends we've seen? Before I leave it to you, I would like to really highlight what we've seen in Oman Data Park, since we support more than 600 plus organizations here in Oman. One of the largest attacks we've been noticing has been on DNS. And I'm a big believer in DNS security. DNS is always not seen in the right way. And we could see that Equiflix attack that went the whole company in the stock market out, and it was really, they were questioned by the US senators also for what happened. It was a complete attack on DNS, and DNS exfiltration happened inside the organization. So we've seen, as Mohammed mentioned, and as Ahmed mentioned, and as Nahla mentioned too, that employees are working from home. When we have our employees sitting in our corporate network, our perimeter devices, our content filters, our proxies are really cleaning the traffic. But when you're having your employee sitting at home using one of the ISP's connection, he doesn't have a UTM, or he doesn't have like a next generation firewall that we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for it. He's just using a home DSL modem or a home FBB. So how would you really protect against that? So DNS attacks, I don't want to take much of time of the panels, but DNS attacks is something we've seen a huge increase towards, and we started having the mitigation controls towards that. So Nahla would like to get your experience on that too.
I have mentioned this before. The major attacks that we have faced during the pandemic is, the phishing attacks. The rate increased tremendously. Like, you can't imagine how much phishing attacks, being it something related to the pandemic or something trying to kind of, get the attention of staff. One more thing that I want to comment on what Mohammed said as well regarding the video conferencing. When we started initially, there are several platforms for video conferencing, and we had to assess which of these platforms is safer to use, let's say. I was just reading about the video conferencing facilities, and I came across an information which is that 2.5 million users, some sort of data was stolen to usage of these video conferencing tools. The other point that I wanted also to comment on what Mohammed said with regard to monitoring, it is becoming that instead of that you are monitoring your only environment, you still need extra monitoring to be done for whoever users who are using the services. So when it comes to monitoring, it will be very difficult to monitor this huge amount of events, let's say, because we do have limited, let's say, limited number of resources who can cater the need of the organization. So this was again another challenge that I wanted to just comment on what Mohammed have said.
Thank you, Nahla.
When it comes to the threat landscape, has there been a change in the threat landscape because of the pandemic? My personal opinion on this is yes. So, let's examine quickly why did that happen. First of all, lockdowns is not only applicable to people working in organizations, it's also applicable for attackers. So there are a lot of attackers who are working from home. People have lost their jobs. There has been changes in the economy, and that also drives, the motive, people working, to cause a breach, to participate in breaches or fraudulent activities. Third is the general public was curious and also feared about the COVID-19 pandemic. So a lot of attackers leverage on that, right? Because you're curious about what's happening with the pandemic, you want to understand what's the latest update. Any new piece of information is relevant to you. And finally, the online presence of organization. Did it increase? Yes, definitely. With a lot of companies going on remote, working model, now they have much bigger, online presence. There's a new attack surface which the attacker can, target. So these elements definitely, affected the threat landscape overall. Now, what type of attack resulted because of that? Of course, you have your day-to-day struggle of looking at supply chain attacks that was mentioned in one of the speeches today. You have the zero-day vulnerabilities. And on top of all of that, I would completely agree with Nahla. There is a tremendous increase in COVID-19 themed phishing attacks. And that's leveraging on the public's fear and curiosity about COVID-19. And believe me, attackers and fraudsters are becoming very creative in this space. As Maitham has said, sometimes you think 10 times before clicking on a link because that's how good they are becoming. The other area that was also seen as attack attempts from external threat agents is your remote access setup. You see a lot more attempts, scanning tools, trying to target remote access technologies. That's as a result of poor configuration of remote access setup or zero-day vulnerability on remote access technology. So we have also seen that the remote access technologies were further targeted by attackers to make sure they find those vulnerabilities, because once they exploit one, they can utilize that sort of vulnerability across multiple organizations. Similar to the case of SolarWinds that was discussed. You target one organization, one product, and all of a sudden you have a much bigger scope. One piece of information that I would like to conclude with is security research firms have actually did a lot of analysis on this subject, and they found that organizations who rushed into remote working because they were forced, let's go remote today, and did not consider all the cyber risk associated with that and did not implement the right controls were the most vulnerable. So the attackers actually took full advantage of the pandemic. They know people rush into remote working. They will not have everything perfect, and they maximize the use of that.
Yes, Maitham. Nahla and Muhammad said a lot. Similarly, you. DNS attack is something that is major as well. Business email compromise, phishing attack, smishing. We've seen a lot of SMSs going around. ATMs are blocked.
I just want to add in, it was really interesting to see suddenly how smishing topped up.
Yes.
Even Australia government really had an announcement on it, and the New Zealand government, the lens sector, was really suffering with the smishing. And smishing is becoming really
the
next
reason
trend.
It's increasing is because it's successful, I think.
Yeah,
a
I
lot
think
of
the
cases
exploitation
it's
is very successful, yeah.
We have, and I think the reason behind that being a success factor is because awareness is not there. So you'll have people actually calling those numbers, giving away details, giving away their card numbers. And when you look at the nature of security by default, you don't know what do you do, because they come to the bank complaining. What do you eventually end up doing? Send them to RP. RP would definitely not be able to, because we cannot protect people who actually give away their details and information. And henceforth, what we do is we provide necessarily alerts on SMSs, social media, constantly, reminding customers and general public that the bank would never, seek an unofficial platform to send these messages or use mobile numbers to communicate with those people. So definitely, when you look at the attacks that it's becoming a targeted attacks. Attackers are sitting there, doing the research, and then once they send their attacks, I think they understand the psychology where they believe that 80% of that might be successful. So definitely, we have a lot to do. And the only thing to do is to constantly be proactive, ensure necessary measures are being met, ensure necessary budget, people, process, technology requirements are completely being set up. Otherwise, we fail to ensure that cybersecurity realm is actually there to combat those frauds. And I think that's about it for me.
Thank you, Ahmed. So as Muhammad mentioned, the zero trust network or the zero trust methodology that we have to follow, because you cannot trust anyone, neither a user at home, has really made us as cybersecurity professionals, think of new controls to implement, especially with the huge change of environment, especially the patch management. As Muhammad mentioned, he was just reminding me of the problems we had, like you have staff logging from home, they have not really connected back to physical office. You want to still patch their endpoint Microsoft also released some new stuff towards that, and that was not functional. I hope no one from Microsoft is here.
Just add on that?
Yeah.
See, when you come to a cybersecurity world, and a lot of organizations, they look at us as policing department. We're a department that they're putting control functions. We're restricting, you know, success.
Stopping productivity.
We're stopping productivity. So I try to channel it in a way where I tell them, I'm a business enabler. I'm there to support you. As a matter of fact, 2 years ago, we were having an event in the bank that I work for, and it was about digital transformation. They asked me, Ahmed, what do you suggest for digital transformation? You know, I said, let's introduce work from home and BYOD. Bring your own device. Everybody looked at me. You're supposed to be the one to protect our organization, and you're allowing this type of concept in the organization. I said, it's bound to happen. The world is moving towards such technologies. So you're talking about cloud computing, you're talking about fintech, we are open to these type of technology. Tomorrow, we'll have, if we stop this, we constantly stop this, you'll find that vendors in Oman are not able to sell their products because they're already, you know, advanced, and we're still using the outdated ones. So where do we go on that? So you have to constantly ensure that you're progressing accordingly. You're constantly ensuring your cybersecurity or security controls are aligned with these transformations. Otherwise, you fail to support an organization.
Just when it comes to controls, I would like to mention, as Mohammed stated, that, you know, when it comes to VPN connectivity, you need to ensure that you have the right configuration in place. This is one. Second thing is the introduction of mobile device management services. And I can give an example of the mobile device management services usage. Recently, there was a major vulnerability on the Microsoft Exchange, and it was known to everyone. So immediately what we have done, we stopped the OS, so nobody was able to access the email from the internet. That was not very convenient to everyone. So as Ahmed mentioned, everybody comes and shouts, okay, information security, you are always trying to come up with things to, you know, stop us from working. When it is the case that we are trying to protect them. And we came up with an alternative. So there is, you know, mobile device management solution, and you can access it very securely to access your email. The problem with security when it comes to controls, when you come up with a control, we always look at the convenience of the user. And unfortunately, sometimes it is the case with the, you know, executive management. They think, okay, this solution, you know, it caters the purpose, but the way it looks, it is not exactly the same as if you are accessing your email through a different platform. So we keep trying to educate the users and tell them that, okay, fine, it is not the same, but at the same time, it is at least, you know, serving the purpose that you need to check your email. So you don't need to access it through the internet. You are accessing it through secure channels. So here is the challenge that you want to improve the security posture, but then it comes these challenges of the comfort of users. I'm not against it. Yes, whenever it is possible, yes, we can provide something which is user-friendly, but at some point, we need to know that, yes, we have a high risk. This high risk, due to this high risk, we are not allowing certain things.
It's always the dilemma between the user convenience and cybersecurity.
Well, in terms of top controls which were implemented as a result of the pandemic, I'll focus on controls associated with remote access and how to achieve zero trust security model. I apologize for those who are not technical. I'll be using some terminologies which might sound Chinese to you, but just for the sake of this discussion. When it comes to remote access, I think minimum controls that you need to implement is VPN with multi-factor authentication, user authentication authorization, device certificate-based authentication authorization, security posture validation using a NAC solution, whatever other solution which are available to check the updates and the patches and all the controls are in place. And if not, then you put them into a quarantine VLAN to get everything patched before you give them admission to your network. Identity and access management, and especially privileged access management with session recording for privileged users. I think something which was very crucial as well is to make sure that you have the right network architecture to support the remote access. So whenever you get someone in, you put them through a jump box or an intermediate sort of staging environment before they get access to anything. Limit your exposure to application or critical business application by publishing those applications on a virtual workspace, which allows them restricted access. And last but not least, having the right monitoring tools, whether they are parameter-based or behavior-based, in order to detect any suspicious activities with remote connections.
Yeah. So Ahmed, do you have anything to add?
This is the control part, right?
Yeah, you have 2 minutes and a half.
Control, basically, two-factor authentication, awareness, and make sure, I mean, when you provide your remote connectivity to them, ensure that what I've done is basically I've included the terms and conditions which they have to agree upon. So it's just enforcing security for policy. And of course, the guidebook is there. I've created this guidebook, security tips, so that they ensure that they follow it up before, accepting any. Eventually, it's something that you have to allow it. Business requirement is there.
I would also like to put one control which I personally see very important with the increase of ransomware. So we've seen a lot of organizations, they get ransed and then the data goes online and they get threatened to pay ransomware. So one of the important controls that I believe is doing mandatory encryption and document classification. So in case this document goes out from the authorized device, the cyber criminal will not be able to open the file. And we've seen this control very, very valid. And I think this control is going to pick up in the next 2 to 3 years because ransomware will not stop. And the only way to protect that by doing mandatory file and folder encryption with information right management on them. I would like to thank the panelists. Thank you very much for coming to the panel. It was very tough negotiating with you guys to come in here. I made it. I'm happy about it. So thank you again and wish you a great, safe day.
Thank you for the insightful discussion. Dr. Ahmed Al-Kalbani, the Dean of the Advanced Cybersecurity Academy, will now start with the second session titled Enhancing the Potentials of National Calibers in Cybersecurity Field. And he will begin this session by presenting the paper titled Building National Potential. Please join us.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. From what I have seen until now is we as a Cyprus, if we count ourselves, we are a Cyprus, we are really living in a miserable world. All about money, cost, all about scary stories around the world. And this is really, I don't know if we are living a normal life. So I would like to switch on a little bit. On something different, okay? Something that at least will motivate us. I've heard one of the previous panelists said, human is the weakest link. Is that really true? I don't think so. I am against this expression. When it comes to human is the right factor that we really need to invest on. The factor that will make sure that everything is working right. The human himself who is designing those systems. The human himself who is monitoring, auditing, doing all the different activities that's supposed to be done to come and to have a safe world. So my paper here is focusing on how to build or building capacity, human resource capacity. I know the phrase is being used in a different domains, but we are focusing in this paper for capacity building. And before I start on the paper itself, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce myself and to introduce the academy. My name is Ahmed Al-Kalbani, and I've been assigned to be the dean of this academy. The soft launch of the academy was November 2018. And since that time, we've been conducting basic, and now we reach to our professional courses in the academy. When we look at this national project, it's an offset project. Having a partnership, a strategic partnership with the University of Technology and Applied Science, as well as with the defense, with the Cyber Defense Center. So those are our strategic partners within this international, within this national project. So let's start our paper. When it comes to strategy, national cyber defense strategy, you can see that there are a number of different capabilities that has been covered within this strategy. You can see some of them are blue, light green, and dark green. What I would like to focus on is the dark green, the capacity building. This is where we see, as an academy, we are focusing on building the right human resource to support our critical infrastructure in the country. And capacity building, where the academy came, and it's been assigned to take this role within the strategy. Of course, this is not just limited for the academy, it can be taken by other institutes as well. Presenting this, all these 20 capabilities in front of you is just to give you a sort of a mapping how capacity building can interact with the other capabilities within the strategy in the country. So we can see that the light green is representing the interaction between capacity building as well as the other capabilities. So let's say R&D, taking it as an example. We consider, as a part of the ACA, the Advanced Cybersecurity Academy, research and development, it's a very important objective to be considered. And we have to really work closely with the academia to make sure that there is a continuous progress and a development within the cybersecurity field. Also, we are seeing that scenario planning and testing, can I do a pointer with this? Scenario planning and testing. Within the current infrastructure of the academy, we have a platform that we can perform and present a number of different scenarios. You don't need to do or to conduct a testing on your real infrastructure. No, you can simulate it in a nicely platform technology we are having, and you can conduct all the tests, all the countermeasures you want to be applied on this platform. Also, we are saying situational awareness. And when it comes to situational awareness, because we are providing a number of professional courses, there are some practices. We are delivering a number of different cybersecurity practices in this case. And this will feed in to a situational awareness on the other side. I don't want to cover all of this, but this is just to give you a hint about how we are mapping ourselves with the different capabilities for the cyber defense strategy. When it comes to digital economy and cybersecurity building, according to the literature, we've been seeing the literature, what is saying on this demand, as well as the industrial practitioners' reports. It says that digital economy needs a strong cybersecurity capacity. So you need that human resource that are very well equipped with right skills to ensure that the progressing or the transformations in a digital economy is there, supported by a real human skilled people or workforce that enable the transformation to the digital economy. The other thing is, digital economy is experiencing a cyber security capability gap. And this is a very important point, capability gap. We do have a number of, maybe we do have a number of cybrists across the world. I don't know if I count myself as a cybrist or not. But still, and it's for sure, and I've seen in one of the presentations, the capability, skilled people, there is a gap into it. Maybe you are having 100 number of cybrists in your organization, but none of them will be able to conduct a penetration test. They will jump on outsourcing it. And this is what I mean by a capability gap. Also, there is for sure, when we are talking to a digital economy and the transformation to a digital and trying to introduce number of different technologies across, definitely, it's like this technology and cybersecurity is going in parallel. So the number of professionals is being estimated that there is a shortage of almost 3 million of professionals. The other side is digital economy require level and blend of expertise and skills. And this is really a very important that the literature as well as the industrial practitioner reports highlighted. We really need to make sure that the organizations have already defined specific roles for those security, cybersecurity. We don't just want to have a chief information security and there is not well defined, or a penetration tester, or an analyzer in an organizational structure, and he doesn't know how to practice his role on his organization. So a well-defined, a very well-skilled persons needed to be very well blended in the organization structure. Having all that and saying all that, we need as a country, as a nation, to build up our capacity and to make sure that the Omanis are able to handle the different tasks, the different objectives that are required by Cyprus, by the cybersecurity field. So how to do that? How to create a robust capacity building in the country to make sure that the Omani will be able to handle all the different activities that is required by his organization. But before I jump into the model, I would like to highlight the challenges that is facing the capacity building for the digital economy. The first challenge is it's a dynamic process when it comes to capacity building. When I say a dynamic process, that means the technology is changing. Platform is changing. Threats landscape is changing. Even the way people is behaving is changing. So there is a lot of change is going along with when you start to run a training campaign or an awareness campaign. And this is created difficulties. Even me as now, a dean of the advanced cybersecurity, I don't know if my current courses will exist for the next 3 years or 4 years. I need maybe to take them out of the market and study the market again and see what is the new in the market, that the demand, the required. The second challenge facing when you are starting to build the capacity is the complexity, which is caused as well by the change of the technology, by the evolving of the new platforms, by the evolving of the new behaviors of humans on those technologies. As well as when we look at capacity building, we need to look at two main domains that we really need to make sure that these domains are covered. You can't just focus on one part and then forget the other. You need to look at from a technical perspective. You need to have to make sure that you are having a penetration testers in place. You need to also to have that there are some people that will be able to operate your SIM solution or your SOC, the operation center. So technical is a domain that need to be really very well defined and focused. The other side is the strategic side. And when it comes to strategic, I've heard the nice word, and everybody is now saying it. Cyber resilience. We need someone to govern our strategy. We need also some leaders that will be able to drive us through safely by creating a nice, good, suitable decisions in a way to move forward to achieve a secure digital economy. So, when it comes to secure a digital economy, there are two main things that we need to focus on. We need to look at our training and education system. How much is giving us to qualify those Omanis to make sure that we'll be able or enable them to support our digital economy. And we should start early, even at the school level. Why not? I know that many of different developed countries around the world, they start to put subjects, dedicated subjects at an elementary level. So they will end up, students finishing their secondary school, you don't need to describe for them the principles of cybersecurity. You don't need to tell them about how to govern a cybersecurity. You don't need even to tell them what is an ISO standard. These people, they should be mature very early, and they can observe much knowledge. And I'm talking about this from an experience, and I will share the experience with you. So we really need to focus on our education system, and also we really need to focus on the training institutes that are providing the specialization of professional courses to make sure that they are really reflecting the need of the market or not. Once we have that in place, it will be complemented with a workforce that can be blend with the right skills in the field. And these two domains should talk to each other. They have to speak to each other. They have to interface with each other to reflect the needs, to reflect the markets, and to ensure that there are a very skilled Omani in the industry. They are be able to handle everything. Having all this, and to maintain the quality of those two domains, you need to have also a mentoring process in place. And this mentoring process will give you the indication of how you are doing within the progress of building up the capacity. The literature, as well as the industrial practitioners and the many different companies around the world, they have highlighted a number of different approaches when it comes to building capacity. The first approach I would like to say is having a very professional, dedicated, strong training courses that are really required by the industry itself. I can't, and maybe some people they will say they'll disagree with me. I can't introduce an artificial intelligence course in a cybersecurity right now. Maybe yes or maybe no. But for the future, because everybody is moving towards those fourth revolution industry, maybe it will come within the next few months, maybe, or maybe next few years. But I am not having this technology yet in my organization. I am not dealing it. Do I have to spend onto it? Do I have to put my ambition to ensure that I want to cope with the AI technologies? Yes, you do. You need it to a certain point, but it's not reflecting the actual work, the daily actual work, or the business that you are dealing with. So, how ACA, or the Advanced Cybersecurity, accommodating and strengthening the training? Since we have been softly launched in November 2018, we had managed to get or to deliver to the market until now 3 top management courses dedicated. These top management courses are awareness, crisis management, organization, and of course governance. And these are giving our leaders a full understanding what they are required to do when they face an incident, or when they are planning to their organizations, or also when they are taking a right decision for their organization. Also, we are having, by the first quarter of 2022, inshallah ta'ala, we will have 11 professional courses, starting from fundamental, finishing to a red and blue teaming. And these are a very dedicated courses. Let's say, let's just give you a very quick example. Vulnerability assessment, operating a SIM solution, and this, for example, SIM solution, you have to install it by yourself and setting up all the retrieving of logs and all of this, as well as security architecture, which I believe most of organizations need right now, how to secure their current infrastructure. Those are a number of different courses that we are currently running. Coming back to schooling, and oops, what did I do? Oops, sorry. Could you just please return back to the previous slide? I don't know, I'm touching this, it's very, that's it. Coming back to having a subject or introducing cybersecurity at an early age. We had a very good experience with the National Cybersecurity Center in UK. They have an initiative in UK called CyberFest. And from this CyberFest, they have 5 courses. It's dedicated for schools. We took two, and we start to pilot testing these courses across the ministry, across the different schools in the country. Of course, with a coordination with the Ministry of Education. And we realized, and it was between 2020 and 2020, 2019, 2020. It took us 1 year as a pilot test. And alhamdulillah, we done the course in a different regions in Oman, about 4 regions in Oman, and we observe unimaginable positive from our students, from our schools, from our teachers, in a way to inject to their curriculums or as an activity within they have a free lesson. Actually, in every school they have a free lesson, and they inject this course into schools, and alhamdulillah rabbil alameen, it gives us a very good indication that our kids at a younger age, even at elementary level, secondary level, they observe all the information and knowledge that has been reflected in that courses, in those 2 courses. And by the way, we did it face-to-face with them in a class. We bring them to the ACA, to the academy itself. Also, we did it online, just to see how these kids are interacting with these courses. We did a little bit of customizing to these courses to reflect, of course, the Omani culture, to make it sure it's more easy to be observed. Oops, could you just click on the courses first? Yeah. Internally, as an ACA, to ensure that we are really having, or we have picked the right courses, we looked at of course, you know the NICE model. If you are in the cybersecurity field, the NICE model is a well-known model. It focuses on a number of different categories, workforce categories. And we started to do an internal exercise from a knowledge-based. When it comes to this framework, it focuses on 2 things, actually. It focuses on the knowledge, and also it focuses on the skills, the outcome of these trainings. So we started to look at these 7 pillars or workforce categories, and we start to map our courses as an ACA. And we realized, alhamdulillah, that most of our courses are very from a knowledge-based. I'm not talking about the skills yet, because that's another process need to be conducted. Initially, our courses in terms of content and in terms of knowledge, we find that it matches all the different pillars or the different workforce categories within the framework. At a later stage, we are going to go a little bit deeper into this framework to ensure the credibility of our courses for the market. Could you please, yeah. Foster an R&D, or emphasizing or implementing an R&D in the country. And this is one of the approaches that really need to be considered when it comes to building capacity in cybersecurity. What is ACA did? Since 2019 until 2020, and we are going ahead with this. Alhamdulillah, in terms of R&D, we managed to support 1 PhD students to use our simulation platforms to continue his PhD. That was a PhD, it's an applied science PhD research. She managed to simulate her PhD prototype and do and conduct the testing on that platform, so that there is a support on that area. Also currently, of course, we are in a collaborative research with the university as well as with the Cyber Defense Center, conducting a collaborative research, and it is an ongoing research. When it comes to an individual research, we had already, as an ACA, completed 2 research papers, and it has been already published. Also, we are working on another 2 ongoing papers that will come very soon, inshallah ta'ala. So we are trying to reflect in terms of the approaches in research and development. We are trying to put ourselves very strongly in the field to motivate and to encourage for more. And I'm really happy if I hear one of the organizations in here as a security professionals in front of me right now would like to collaborate with the ACA in this particular area. Raise awareness. Of course, I don't need to describe what is a raising of awareness, and I'm sure it has been covered in most of the sessions this morning. What we did also, we conducted, when the pandemic started, we conducted an online awareness program. Yeah, an online, okay, inshallah. And we call it, it's Kun Wa'iyan. Since the lockdown, it was in late Feb last year, we started to put and to see the market. What are the concerns within the COVID-19 at that time? Oh, connecting remotely, working from home, bringing your own device, and so, school, socializing, social networks. And we start to put some posters through our Twitters to give awareness on how the best practice, or at least some guidance for these people, for the communities to be aware about the different concerns related to cybersecurity. Organizing cybersecurity exercises. Currently, we are doing it internally. We are doing it for our trainers to make sure that they are really solid enough to deliver the know-how from our professional courses, as well as we are looking and for our trainees to assess them that they are be able to reflect what they have learned in the academy. And alhamdulillah, it seems to be the result is promising to some extent. New initiatives, we are heading for a new initiatives, inshallah, qareeb, within this year, hopefully, that it will target number of different audience. Self-cultivation this is an additional from an experience. And this is very important to emphasize on it when it comes to self-cultivations or self-developments. Self-development, it's, if you want to pick a very skilled person, you have to make sure to measure his attitudes in the cybersecurity. It's not about learning, it's not about knowledge, it's about skills. It's about he can spend 8, 9, 12 hours in front of a platform to secure it. Not to hack it, I said, to secure it. That's what you need. You need to measure the attitudes of these people to make sure that they will be able to perform for you and to secure yourself. And of course, the resources is available everywhere. So my recommendations, because I am focusing on 2 domains, we are talking about learning systems, our training systems. Discrete subjects need to be introduced in our schools, as well as a full-time courses. This is an ambition. A full-time courses for cybersecurity at our universities. Why not? Why not to be introduced? Why not to be taught, even at a very basic level? This is a very important that we make sure our future generation able to do this. If we can't introduce a full-time undergraduate or a postgraduate, at least when we look at the statistics currently in the country, we notice that a large number of people are studied computer science. And computer science is being seen as a good enabler to switch people, to switch the graduates to be a cyberist at the end of the day. So we should take an advantage of this. Partnership between academia and industry, of course, and the government to share best practice. And this is a cycle will allow us to enhance, to develop our courses. Accreditation policy is required. I know that number of different organizations start to deliver some professionals. We have other external as well companies that's coming from outside to deliver some courses, but we have to be careful. We have to make sure that our mindset is aligned with the strategy. We don't want to be scattered in all different courses. Oh, because I am certified. Oh, I did. You have to reflect it to the need of the industry in Oman, to the need of the organization. International collaboration is needed. Of course, this is from an experience as well. You need to know the others, how they are performing in building capacity. You need to see and you need to check their experience. You need to get their ideas and try to reflect it. The last slide, when it comes to workforce, significant role of senior leaders to articulate their requirements. And this is a very important point. We notice that there are some leaders in some organizations, they are not be able to articulate the cybersecurity requirements to ensure what type of training you required, what type of skilled person that you really need to recruit in your organization, and how much you need to spend on it. The other thing is embedding cybersecurity workforce, and this is a kind of restructuring. You need to define the roles and the responsibilities within the workforce inside the organization to make sure he is committed on what he has been signed for. That's the idea. Upskilling many of the current workforce. This is a requirement, are recommended. Also, internal and external collaboration among all the different parties in cyber communities. Alhamdulillah, I can see this conference. This conference is a kind of opening doors to each other and a way to move forward and to align our mindsets towards the cybersecurity. Thank you very much for this present. Thank you.
Our kind audience and viewers, I would like to now welcome and invite Mr. Ahmed Qarut to the podium, the Digital Infrastructure Solutions Manager at GBM Oman, as he will present the second paper titled, A Future Reimagined: How Can Oman's Organization Transform Security Strategies to Prepare for the Next Normal of Digital Economy? Please join us.
Distinguished guests, attendees, fellow attendees, good afternoon. On behalf of GBM, I would like to thank Al Ru'ya newspaper for giving us this opportunity and for creating this event. So today, again, my name is Ahmed Qarut from GBM Oman. Today we're going to discuss and we're going to go over the story of a future reimagined and how organizations can transform security strategies in the next normal of digital economy. So the year 2020, the year we call of challenge and change. And like previous speakers have mentioned, some challenges are seen as challenge, or some events are seen as challenges, and we can also see them as opportunities in disguise. We've seen the global economy, especially after the pandemic,
and more relevant to our local environment with the regional, the price of oil going down and really impacting our economy. We've seen the technological disruption and how we've depended on technology to be able to cope with what's happening, to be able to maintain our operations and resilience. And we've seen that those organizations that have invested in technology have came out ahead in these situations. And again, we've seen the rapid digitization, and we've been discussing this all day, for organizations to be able to meet the demands and to be able to interact and engage with their employees and their customers. Now, the future of work is changing, and it has been discussed a lot today. There are things that currently is happening that we have not imagined not a year or 2 years ago. And it might be scary to say that it will never be the same anymore, where we're seeing things like students are taking their classes from home, taking their assessments from home. And we've discussed a lot of examples on that today with my colleagues. We're going with a digital-first approach when it comes to all of the sectors that we deal with. And there's so many examples that were discussed today and that I can discuss, but in the interest of time, I just want to discuss, Firas, my colleague today, was discussing about fintechs and how it's really contributing to the financial sector. And I would like to bring in some local examples of born digital companies, like in retail, we have local companies like Azuz and Drewel, who excelled in these times due to the demand of e-commerce. So what does that mean? For sure, this has proved to accelerated digital transformation. And with this study, along with IDC over the Gulf, we see that the majority of organizations have accelerated their digital transformation, and only a few who have maintained or even decreased the digital transformation. So this is a fact, and the numbers in Oman are not different, and they're going exactly with the regional numbers. And we've seen that these accelerations are driven by 3 major trends. The accelerated shift to cloud, and that could be public cloud, private cloud, co-location services done in country, like the ones that are provided by our colleagues in ODP, because of the need to be agile, to be able to deliver services faster to our customers. The unprecedented, and this has been discussed a lot today, the unprecedented distributed collaboration, where we're no longer, the enterprises, the people are no longer constricted within the same vicinity when it comes to its job, and the means that we need to take to be able to continue our productivity. And finally, the application explosion, where we mainly, all organizations are getting in touch with their customers, delivering their services in terms of applications, whether it be web applications, mobile applications. And we've seen a lot of those examples today. Now, when we talk about these trends, and this word has been mentioned a lot today, security needs to be central to the digital architecture. It is an enabler to digital transformation, and this sentence has been mentioned a lot today because it is important, and security is an enabler. And few things that have been mentioned by my colleagues previously is that we need our digital infrastructure, the digital enterprise, to be something that we trust and for it to be resilient. And security is at the forefront of that. Now, security is not new. It's not been on everyone's radar only after 2020. It has always been a priority for all organizations. However, the changes and the challenges that we faced in 2020 made us relook at it and look at the risks and reprioritize the risks. And let's look at a few of these risks reprioritized between 2020 and 2019 and going forward. And a lot of them have been discussed and very specifically and a lot in detail in the financial sector panel that was just done, which was very informative. And we look at first of all, and for the interest of time, I don't want to go over all of them because there's a lot of examples that were already mentioned. But just to highlight a few, look at the risk of cloud security as more and more we put our workloads into the cloud. We need to look at the risks and the ever-growing risks of end-user security. And this has been mentioned a lot in the financial sector panel, where your users are no longer known where they're using it. It's not a static operation. We need to secure these users no matter where they are, no matter what device they're using and what network they're accessing these services from. And that goes hand in hand with the growing identity risks. We need to ensure and understand the identity of our users. And something that was mentioned earlier on by Sir Tom is not only the identity of our users and in our organization, but third-party access. We've seen that example of how a supplier, a risk in a supplier has managed to infiltrate the entire organization. So we need to really look at the risk that third-party access, because for us to survive, for all organizations, we need to look at the ecosystem of partners we have, whether they're our support partners, our contractors, our customers. There was a lot of discussions in the fintech about open banking and how that opens up data sharing. So we need to look at these risks. Of course, other risks look into, in terms of data security, risk and compliance, and incident response, which we will discuss in a few moments. So we look at these risks and we think, and the main question is, what's next? What do we need to do about it? So at GBM, we look at a holistic view of cybersecurity, where we rightfully, as my colleague Mr. Ahmed said, that we do not look at only one domain when it comes to security, but we look at all the key domains when it comes to cybersecurity. In addition to network security and digital infrastructure security, we look at data security, identity and access governance, application security, in a world where all the discussions, all of our services are provided through applications, cloud security, as more and more organizations are putting their workloads into cloud environments. So we take this framework and we say, what should we do with this? And we need to build the future digital enterprise. And what do we mean by building the future digital enterprise? Is, again, developing a holistic approach to privacy and data security when it comes to regulations, when it comes to data sovereignty, when it comes to the compliance, simplifying cloud security, and dealing with and partnering up with our cloud provider and understanding that this is a shared security model. We look into modernizing network security. The network, we're thinking about a borderless network. The network is not constricted currently with the enterprise's main headquarters, but it expands to branches, to people's homes, to cafes, no matter where the user is accessing from. And it was mentioned a lot in the panel, where how do we protect the users that are going through their own laptop without going into our perimeter security. So we really need to look at modernizing our network security and look at solutions such as microsegmentation, zero trust network architecture. We need to secure the application lifecycle and not just put security as an ad hoc to applications. Applications is a core. We need to embed security from the get-go when it comes to our applications, and to be embedded in the source code by developing and implementing solutions or services like penetration testing, application penetration testing, developing tools as well, implementing tools for that to be continuous, for reviews, your source code reviews, implementing such technologies as WAF to make sure that we are protecting our internal assets. Something that was discussed again a lot today, and this is crucial and key, is strengthening the identity and access management for the distributed workforce. And not just our users, not just for the employees, but for the administrators, for the power users, for our third-party ecosystem, our customers, our partners, our support partners, our contractors. And we need to secure that identity and make sure that that identity remains no matter who's accessing our services or infrastructure, where they're accessing it from. And we really need to aim for near real-time detection and response. A survey says from IDC that most organizations spend over 70% of their security budget into protection solutions. But it is very imperative to understand that it is a cycle where we need to look at the overall cybersecurity life cycle, from protecting our environment to detecting if there has been an attack or an infiltration, and how to minimize the impact of such attacks by having automated response to these attacks. Today, I wanted to be short and sweet, get right to the point and understanding how we can go into our future digital enterprise. And the future enterprise is in our hands. And I thank you, and I encourage you to go and read our full paper on our website, gbmoman.com. And thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Our distinguished audience and guests of the Oman Cybersecurity Conference. The second panel will discuss developing cybersecurity skills for Omani professionals. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Abdullah Al-Blushi, the Regional Director and Cybersecurity Consultant at Ernst & Young. Please join us. And now I would also like to invite to the stage Engineer Talal Al-Siyabi, the Information Management and Technology Cyber Defense Senior Specialist at PDO. Mr. Ali Al-Khabouri, Senior Manager for GRC and Cybersecurity at Nama Shared Services. Engineer Abdul Hakim Al-Alawi, Head of Information Security and Risk Management at Oman LNG. Last but not least, Mr. Mohammed Al-Ajmi, Acting Manager at Cyber Defense Center at Oman Tel.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everyone. And we are so glad actually to have this session putting the focus on a very important topic, which is a core actually of all the discussions have happened in this event. And also it's a core pillar in the Oman Vision 2040, because always everyone believes that human asset is our key asset that we need to ensure we protect, we grow, and we upskill to serve the demands and to make the boost in our digital transformation and the success of many of the key projects within the country. So I'm so glad here to have hosting some of the role models, I would say, since we are talking about cybersecurity skill sets and talents. So I'm very proud to have the gentlemen here as panelists. So to just make it maybe more interactive, more interesting to hear from them about their story. Actually, I don't need to introduce themselves as employees, but I would like to hear more from them representing their stories and introducing themselves as successful candidates and stories that they went through to develop themselves in the market. So maybe we'll start with Talal.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So this is Talal Al-Siabi, Cyber Defense Senior at PDO. I spent the last actually 8 years in the cybersecurity field, and most of them were in the security operation centers. And I have served different government and private sector clients across MENA region. It was actually very difficult to take the first step, and it was in the security operation centers, but I think it was the right decision to start in that particular area, where we usually work in different projects related to the threat intelligence, threat hunting, and the automation and SOAR technologies. So that's it about Talal Siabi, and over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Adil Khabouri. My journey started a while back. I started off in 2002 as a system engineer with PDO. And over that time, I worked in different fields within Unix system engineering, database backups, SAP basis. So some of my ex-colleagues are actually here. And in 2009 or 10, I think 9, I was moved into the, I wasn't moved, I chose to go into the security field. And so for the last 12 years, I guess, I've been working in cybersecurity in different capacities and different roles. Right now, what I do is governance, risk, and compliance for NAMA Shared Services, which is a shared IT services company for the NAMA Group, as well as cybersecurity in that company. And I also play a sort of advisory role to the group on cybersecurity-related matters.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Abdul Hakim Ayel Alawi. I'm from Oman LNG. I started my career as system engineer. My real work in cybersecurity started in 2010 as a network and security engineer. From there, I started my interest in cybersecurity. I'm really proud to be the one who started the cybersecurity practice in Oman LNG in 2014. And from there, we went through a lot of challenges and commitment there, and we managed to achieve ISO certification for Oman LNG as one of the earliest company achieved ISO certificate, ISMS in oil and gas sector. And from there, we started our journey, and we are really committed to cybersecurity in Oman LNG.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Mohammed Aqil Abdullah Al-Ajmi. I'm a cyber defense manager, acting manager at Omantel. Well, Cyber Defense Center is mainly our security operation in Omantel, 24/7 security operations, where we are monitoring the network security poachers and trying to identify the possible threats and take proper actions in order to secure and protect Omantel as an enterprise and ISP. Well, I have a small story here. Since I was graduated in 2014 from Sultan Qaboos University as a telecom engineer, and I had all passion and interest in cybersecurity, in hacking, in penetration testing. So transitioning from a telecom engineer to this field was not an easy for me, since I had no one to ask how should I start my, let's say, this transitioning durations, what should I learn, what should I develop, what kind of skill set that I need to develop my, let's say, experience. So yes, I was reading a lot, developing my own, let's say, experiments within my virtual lab environment, and penetration, trying to penetrate into systems, trying to defend against, let's say, attacks. So by this reading and, let's say, understanding the conceptual aspects and technical aspects, alhamdulillah, I'm still a learner, but alhamdulillah, I developed, let's say, the basic foundation for myself. Now I had more than 6 years experience in the telecommunications and cyber security sectors. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, dear panelist, for this interesting introduction, which really represent an example of the capabilities we can put in our Omanis and how we can grow this practice and expanding the number of skill set in terms of security professionals within Oman. And so to start the discussion, I would like to first introduce or maybe link our discussion to the main things, which is around Oman Vision 2040, where actually it's put a lot of highlights and priorities around developing the Omani skill sets. And beside of or part of these priorities actually is to empower the Omanis and a society actually of creative individuals within the Sultanate, and also integrating maybe with more strength and more capabilities all the other initiatives, including the education, in terms of providing high quality education that will serve and link directly to the industry needs, plus providing lifelong experiences that will work not only for the current skill sets in demand, but also will facilitate the growth for future skill sets that we will need in the coming future. Not to forget also developing these actually talents and Omani talents, not to serve the national levels only, but also to start exporting these expertise into the region. It might be even beyond the GCC region, but going to the global and providing very strength-like integration with the global experiences. So in terms of these ambitious and the efforts being doing, as a KPI, actually we are targeting to become in the top 10 countries when it's come to skills and global competitiveness index, where we were ranked actually 36 among of 140 countries. And this is really something with ambitious and with a lot of efforts happening to achieve that. When it's come to the talent competitiveness as well, so we were ranked as 56th place among 119 countries, but our ambitions is to be in the top 20 countries, which require the efforts of every organization, every individuals in this society to help the government and to help everyone to achieve that desirable. So maybe when we start these discussions, we know about the global shortage issues and the stories we hear always about the talent shortage when it's come to cybersecurity. But considering the context of Oman, I would ask maybe the panelists their opinions. Do you really feel that we have a shortage in cybersecurity skills, and what are the drivers behind this shortage? And what are maybe also part of this question, what are the main areas that maybe within the cybersecurity domain that we need to consider or we have maybe to tackle? So maybe we'll start with the engineer Talal.
So as you all know that there is a real shortage when it comes to the cybersecurity worldwide. And I mean, all the researches and statistics shows that since 2013, the cybersecurity job posting increased by almost 94%, which is almost double. So because of that, yeah, there is a shortage, and this shortage is reflected here also in Oman. But I think our case is a little bit different. We have, a lot of, professionals, graduates with cybersecurity specializations, but the issue is not about the numbers or the count of the professionals that we require to fill specific roles in cybersecurity industry. The real issue is with I think those people are not getting the right level of trainings from different industries. And when we are talking about the cybersecurity, it's not like one general term. Under the cybersecurity, there are a lot of specific specialization that require also specific skills and professionals in those fields. So usually when we're talking about cybersecurity, we're talking about oil and gas industry, the financial and sector. We're talking about the utility and energy. So we have, as a numbers, we have a lot of people who can fill the gap, but unfortunately I can say they are not trained well to fill these kind of positions.
It's not a straightforward question and it's not a straightforward answer. If there's a global shortage, then I think the answer would be yes. Now the question is, you have to dig deeper into that. Into which area? We had to, because of COVID-19, limit the participation, right? If you had it unlimited, we would have seen a lot more people come in. So one would think that there isn't a shortage. However, cybersecurity is not new. It was used to be called infrastructure security, application security, and then when you started putting these things together and looking at it more holistically, it became cybersecurity. So which part? On the infrastructure side, on the application side, are you looking at the architecture, the solution, which part of it? Then you have to dig into and say, well, what about the specialization fields? So what about IoT security? What about industrial control systems? What about SCADA security, smart metering? In those fields, definitely there's a shortage. However, on the IT side, with progression of times, we see the Cyber Academy popped up. Many companies and organizations have put in programs and training courses in place. So over time, that shortage will reduce. But at the same time, we also have to be mindful of this. I've seen contracts go out where we want an Omani with 15 years of penetration testing experience. You're not going to get that. We also have to be realistic with this. There is a shortage. Over time, it will reduce. And you have to also look at not just the point in time. We have an opportunity now with Cyber Academy to link educational institutions with organizations of the public-private participation partnership. You can look at the different organizations that are set up in the country, the Cyber Defense Center, we have the ministry, you have the different authorities. I think that also is slightly part of the problem, the various avenues that you have to go and figure out where to get your advice from. I think that could help alleviate some of these issues. And then we also have individuals in Oman who are doing private they're going and they're teaching kids, coding for kids. Get them now, when they are young, when they have interests. If I ask a question here, my organization is also, I wouldn't say guilty of this, but we don't have a response for this. Who has a methodology here for getting the public to report bugs? We don't encourage that. When you talked about how you didn't have that advice, and that's after you're working. Can you imagine for others who are thinking about getting into this field? So it's not about just skill shortage. It's an entire ecosystem that needs to be really looked at in depth.
True. True. And we'll hear also from Abdul Hakim.
I think the answer is yes, we have shortage. As the gentleman they said, this is a global shortage. Maybe the details that need to be really looked at. Maybe the advantage in cybersecurity, from my experience, what I saw, people they are passionate about this field. Therefore, you found a lot of people, they are moving from their current positions to be a cybersecurity. They see value and future in this field. But as a sustainable maybe process or maybe for future, if that is the right. If we don't have the right forums and we don't have the right plan and program really to develop people to really sustain in this field, again, we might, some organizations, they might have enough resource for some time, but after some time they will end up again have shortage because of the load and nature of this job is really very hectic and difficult. Now, do we really see right initiatives maybe currently? There is some initiatives and mostly it is private or maybe it is, I will say, small initiatives that maybe can help people really to go in that direction. Maybe most of the colleagues not yet have this major as one of the main major in their program, but maybe by having now this Cyber Defense Academy that might help. However, still the demand is increasing, and I think market cannot yet fill this demand. Where we will be in this risk will keep increasing and might maybe go to outsourcing or whatever. But the clear strategy and maybe a plan, programs is really required to sustain the demand and the need for this job.
Well, there is actually there is no direct answer, as my colleague Ali mentions. If we talk internationally, there is a shortage, as the reports and research conducted on this area. As per the international, let's say, International Information System Security Consortium's ISAC Square, they published a report where they estimated the total number of unfilled cybersecurity positions are more than 4 million, even more than Dr. Ahmed mentioned 3 million. They mentioned that it's above this number. It's estimated to be 4 million of unfilled cybersecurity positions. Also, they published these statistics that 71% of the companies who got breached and compromised, they said the reason was due to the lack of the workforce capabilities and skills. So even if you have employees, maybe they are incapable to handle, let's say, real-world scenarios and real-world attacks. Today, there is a need. If we are talking in Oman, for example, what about building our own, let's say, penetration testers teams? There is definitely there is a shortage in penetration testing teams. There is a shortage in red teamers. Maybe a few organizations in Oman, they have a special and dedicated red teamers. And maybe I will discuss it, maybe this is in different, let's say, point later. But yes, there is a shortage in specialized, let's say, cybersecurity measures. We have penetration testing, specialized, let's say, digital forensics, red teamers. What about the cloud security specialists? Yes, there is a shortage. And during this COVID and digital transitions to the cloud services, we don't have, let's say, enough number of qualified cybersecurity specialists who have, let's say, a good knowledge and experience in cloud securities. So yes, there is a shortage globally and even locally. Yes, there is a global.
Very good, very good. Actually, we touched on few key elements when it's come to the shortage, the main areas that it's good to attract, like focus on these as well. Because as mentioned in the beginning, our plans, our actions should not be limited to what we need now, but also to consider what we might come later. For example, you mentioned the cloud security, we have mentioned the OT security, maybe the 5G security, and some of the new trends that are coming. But again, even for some technologies or some innovations that we expect to come maybe later in the years, like the quantum computing and others, I think we should build from now the basic, at least, the foundations. And we try to exploit also the opportunities available, let's say, from the local vendors, from the local companies, and also the global experiences that are offering to help and to support by bringing these global experiences into the country. So the issue is acknowledged. Whether it's going to maybe to solve some part of these shortage areas, but maybe as the digital transformation is ongoing, maybe new skill sets will be, as a gaps will be created as we go. However, I think with all the initiatives, with all this, especially the Cyber Academy, the different authorities' efforts, I think we are improving ourselves when it's come to the skill sets. And these skill sets can even expand themselves, because it's not only one time building these skill sets, but we should keep ongoing upskilling these resources, talents, and also to bring more. So talking about this, these initiatives, which is on the ground, including from the private sector, from academia, from the industry experts as well, what do you think we can do to, as your opinion, to facilitate maybe more boost into these areas, and to ensure that we are getting more Omani cybersecurity professional as higher strength than now, with more quality when it's come to their industry, practical industry experience, and some others. So maybe this is one good area that to hear from you about your opinion.
So maybe I will take this topic from another dimension. It's not to analyze what is happening right now. The issue is it's already there, but we need to also discuss how can we, solve those issues and eliminate them in future. So I think we should start with Ministry of Education to inject anything related to the cyber security from the foundation level. I think the poor awareness of cyber security as a career path is one of the reasons, and also from we're always actually we lived and we're living, alhamdulillah, in a very safe society. So that feeling, we're always talking about, alhamdulillah, الأمن والأمان, and we don't have that sense of the security. So it's very difficult to convince, the other people from different backgrounds that the cybersecurity is a really important thing, and it's one of the top risks right now when we're talking about, protecting, the organizations and the nations as well. So I think it's very important to start from the foundation to change also that sense of feeling safe all the time. And I think there is huge efforts need to be, done from ministries like Ministry of Education to start from, the earlier stages to make sure that, after 10 or 15 years from now, we're all aware about the importance of the cybersecurity and how it will help, to secure our country and the nation in future, inshallah.
Mirroring some of what Talha is saying, I think there's a three-pronged approach. One is when it comes to catching the talent or identifying the talent with the young when they're schools. Growing up, we had, when we studied, we had Ilmi, and you had Ilmi wa Adabi, right? So, and in the IB, they have different concentrations. When you talk about A-levels, they have certain concentrations. So I think the concept of introducing STEM into the educational program for science and technology is one area where that can start. And you can develop a program for the kids to develop those skill sets, and you can assess their capabilities, assess their potential. The second area is, how does one, now that they have gone through this program, or somebody who has just either graduated from a degree, whether or not it's in cybersecurity, having a cybersecurity degree helps. but it doesn't always necessarily have to be the first path you take. You can take anyone from any university, from any college, provided that they have critical thinking skills. And you can take them through a program that's defined. Then the third option, or third prong, so to speak, would be somebody who decides mid-career that they want to change. One of the areas I've seen is, we're all talking technical skill sets, but one of the things which I've seen which I don't see much of is the management of the people and the management of cybersecurity as a program. The ability to translate what the technical team says to the business team. That is also a skill set which I think needs to be developed.
As I said before, we should have really a program and a strategy when it comes to really understand what is really need. We are living in a changing world, and this normally will not wait for us to be ready till that time. So we really should adopt whatever others doing, which is fit to us, and try to see how we can really elevate and build our new, let's say, army when it comes to cybersecurity. And same time as well, we need to see where we are and what gap that we have and try to fill it with whatever is available. There is a lot of people passionate about cybersecurity, but they might not have really the opportunity really to develop their skills, and they don't have that, I would say, container really to make them in the right position. Maybe they will start their own initiatives, but maybe they will end up with nowhere. So these initiatives really will help us. We should really start different direction, where we are, what is required now, and we need to think about our future. And as the gentleman said, that the main thing is Ministry of Education. For me, Ministry of Labor as well should be there as well to understand need in the market, what is required, because we don't need really all security specialists in the market. Maybe we need specific roles for now, and maybe later on that will be in the future plan. But at least we should really understand what we are missing. Operational technology, as Ali mentioned, and this is really a new area, and this is imposing high risk because of the impact for those critical infrastructure if anything happens. If we are not deploying the right people, the right skill, we are not protecting these infrastructures, that means we are leaving a big risk that unprotected. And cloud security as well, as the gentleman said as well, COVID-19 forced us to go to cloud, or maybe to try to use this cloud service, or try to understand how we can use that. Digital transformation is coming as well and pushing very hard. All these things is really, if it is not in our plan and radar, we are like going in the dark. So we should really think where we want to be and where we are now as well, what is the gap that we have so we can fill it and move forward.
Well, enhancing the cybersecurity workforce, it's a very, very important task that we should look for. First, how we can enhance the existing workforce, incumbent workforce within organizations. Today in Oman, alhamdulillah, most of the organizations, they have their own workforce, let's say in-house workforce. I can see most of the organizations, they are investing a lot in the technologies. They are bringing, let's say high standard and very advanced technology, and they forgot to build their workforce capabilities. I'm not sure why, but the cyber security involved of three main pillars: process, people, technology. You can easily invest on technology. You can develop your own process, but what about your workforce? It's the most challenging task over the three pillars. So you should have a proper plan within your organization how you can develop your workforce. You should assess your skill sets, your team skill sets. You should maintain their capabilities for short-term plan and long-term plan. This is for the incumbent workforce within organizations. The HR and organizations, the management, senior management in cybersecurity, they should invest on their workforce capabilities. and especially the hands-on skills. What I can see the missing part in, let's say, our local cybersecurity is the practice and the hands-on. They can see different scenarios, different attacks, but they cannot differentiate between the legitimate attack, the true positive alert, and the false positive alerts. This is regarding the current and incumbent workforce. Now, regarding the futures, and here is the most challenging part in developing the cybersecurity talent. As my colleague mentions, I think we should have like a formation of a collaborations between higher education institutions and employers, governmental entities, and all stakeholders in order to analyze the job market landscape, to understand what kind of skills and competencies required by the labor market. Then trying to identify the gaps between the market need and the higher education institutions' programs and their, let's say, curriculums. So by identifying these gaps, we can develop a customized, let's say, talent pathways within the higher education institutions. Following this approach, we can leverage let's say, the higher institutions, they can leverage and they can build a very strong reputations, let's say, cybersecurity professionals. Then those cybersecurity professionals, they will join the market. So the enrollment to this specific program will increase to this specific, let's say, university. On the other side, the employers, the organizations, they can transition and shift some of the skills development to the institutions. So you can, at the end of the day, you can have, let's say, job-ready skills. You don't need to teach those fresh and, let's say, cybersecurity graduates the basics in cybersecurity, because what we can see today, the cybersecurity, let's say, freshers or even computer and science, let's say, candidate, they don't have even the basics in cybersecurity. Today, for example, most of the organizations, they're using same technologies. What about if these institutions teach at least the concepts, what's the technical aspects of same technologies, how you can enhance same technologies, how you can detect attacks, how you can prevent these attacks. So transition these skills required for the market is good to be educated from the institutions, but this, it requires a national level cooperations in order to enhance our education level, even from the high school, as my colleague mentioned, or from the higher school institutions side as well.
Yes, thank you, Mohammed. I agree with the panelists. Actually, they mentioned a few of the key aspects we need to look on. So, alhamdulillah, we are proud that there is many of the initiatives. We build that capabilities representing the industry, representing maybe the academia, representing many of the entities and authorities. So I think now our focus maybe should be on how the best way to integrate these efforts. So, for example, I would expect maybe in the near future to see a full program for individuals that will mandate them to do the training, as education, for example, but then they will mandate them to go to the industry for a specific number of hours, for a specific number of skill sets in practical, and also having this kind of like collaboration between the industry and the academia established. So it is committed from the industry to support the academia and institutional for education by providing these opportunities for on-job training, for global opportunities, projects, for exchange programs, and etc. So I think we are going into this direction, and with the efforts of all the organizations and the individuals, I think we should arrive to this, which will help us building really very fully competent in the Omani cyber security skill sets, and it will help also bringing these global expertise from outside. So the people, these resources, when they go and work outside Oman, they will bring definitely something new to the country, and we shouldn't be focusing only on restricting the knowledge we obtain and the building activities within the national level only, because then again, we might be missing some experiences, some challenges that people went through it before in the same attempts to reach to the same points, and then we can utilize it. I'm just cautious of time, and so maybe one... Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry. One more comment that will aid in the development of some of the skill sets is to stop treating things like like treating events, security events and breaches like it's a shameful thing. Share that information. It's unfortunate that our friends from the banks have gone, but if you want to know about what happened at Bank Muscat, You're not going to find out about it from Oman. Go online, listen to podcasts. You'll find out exactly what happened. Here we don't share information. How you want others to learn? How do you want to develop if you're not willing to share the mistakes and blunders you have made? And anyone who sits here and says, I haven't made a mistake, no, you've made one. You just don't want to talk about it because you think it's a bad thing. Allow people to share information. Allow people here to collaborate, even within the profession, and start a mentorship program. I know in the Cyber Defense Center under Masroom Sultani 64/2020, it is mandatory to disclose any breach to the Cyber Defense Center. But how about setting up a forum within the community? Yani nahna, we only know things because we talk to each other. And that's if we know each other. But share. Allow people to learn. Allow people to see what went right, what went wrong, and what did you do. It can help prevent more serious attacks. It can also help teach. These are things that can be taken into the academy, that can be taken into schools. I think we have to do away with this culture of this has to go.
True. Actually, this touched my question I was going to ask about. We have many initiatives, many great things happening, but maybe some people, they claim why it's not working. So maybe this is one part that we can enhance to ensure we not necessarily need to disclose sensitive information. This is with respect. But at least the lessons learned and other things, we need to share it with the rest. And maybe one thing, as you mentioned, Ali, is that platform. Maybe we need to strengthen. I'm aware of many of the communities' platforms available, like for blockchain, we have a club. For other like specialization, we have clubs. But merging all of these into comprehensive platforms that would enable everyone to learn and to share his thoughts and to work together and contributing to building that ecosystem, I think would be really some of the key focus. So the time is our enemy, and I think the topic is very interesting and it can't last for a very long time. But I think also if there is any question from the audience, then please raise your hand so we can take one maybe or two questions. Yeah. Yeah, please. They'll bring the microphone, sorry.
Khattab Al-Hinai, State Council. I'm really enjoying this talk. I don't want it to stop. There's so many good ideas with the panelists and also with the Dr. Ahmed for the academy. I would suggest that we go beyond this nadwa hadi, and we start thinking loud. The industry, the academy, and decision makers. So in order to do this, we need a small workshop to see if there is any input from the industry. I hear a lot of good comments here. And then Dr. Ahmed also mentioned about the academy. We can link the two, merge something from the applied thing to the knowledge, producing some skilled labor for Oman. This is what I feel, and I think there should be some kind of recommendation to follow up with this.
That's a really appreciated comment. So I think we are happy actually and looking forward for such kind of initiatives. And I think this is very essential to align, at least in the first point, to align all the efforts, because every industry, every organization is doing great efforts. The people, they are willing, and we should hear from each other and build that kind of plan and action it with the cooperation from others.
One idea is to form an advisory committee, just as an initiative, and see what you can come up with. Some recommendation of merging the applied sense with the knowledge and the academy programs. This will be good. We listen to each other. Critical thinking, Ali mentioned about it. It's very good. STEM is another thing. And how far do we go in the education to get these students interested? This is something to think about.
True.
And I think this has high potential for me.
True. True.
normally we hear there is إغراق، يعني في إغراق في بعض التخصصات. صحيح. يعني تخصص ما لاقي شغل، لكن أول مرة نسمع أن في تخصص يبغى له ناس. يعني فهنا الآية شبه مقلوبة شوي which is a good news. هذا معناته عملية الموائمة ما بين المخرجات وما بين احتياجات سوق العمل يبغي لها إعادة نظر وإعادة هندسة حقيقة. يعني صحيح. لما يجي قطاع محتاج إلى ريسورسز ويجي قطاع آخر عنده إغراق، هذا يبغي له وقفة شوي.
فعلا
هو good news إنه احنا نسمع إنه في opportunities.
صحيح. هو في أتوقع واحدة من الأشياء اللي تحتاج إعادة نظر اللي هي في عندنا كفاءات خريجين في السايبر سيكيورتي، لكن ينقصهم فقط خطوة بسيطة إنه they move يمكن upskill في area مختلفة، يعني في مجال السايبر سيكيورتي، إنه يدخلوا في شيء جديد عن طريق يمكن industry experience أو عن طريق الشانس إنه يدخلوا في مشروع معين يمكن راح يعطيهم هذا التوجه. يعني هم عندهم الباك جراوند وعندهم سكيل سيت، لكن محتاجين فقط إنه ياخذوا كونفيدنس إن هم قادرين في مجال شيء مشكلة حقيقية في الاندستري. فأعتقد هذه يعني حلها ممكن يكون كمقترح يعني بتعاون الاندستري البرايفت سيكتور وغيرهم انه يعملوا عباره عن يعني بروجكت معينه فيها هذا التاتش اوف سكيل سيت انها تكون متاحه، بحيث ان هذه الاشخاص بامكانهم يدخلوا في هذه الفرص ويطوروا نفسهم، وبالتالي يبنوا الثقه ويقدروا انه يواصلوا في هذه المؤسسات.
دكتور، بس في نقطتين ممكن اختم فيهم النقاش من وجهة نظر الشخصية. أول شيء نحن لما نتكلم أو تكلمنا كثير عن موضوع الشورتج في مجال الأمن السيبراني، أعتقد نحن في عمان ممكن مقارنة بالدول المجاورة يمكن حتى نواجه مشكلة أكبر منهم. نحن عملنا في مراكز إقليمية توفر خدمات الأمن السيبراني من قبل، وكنا نلاحظ أن أغلب المشاريع حتى في الدول المجاورة يفضلوا الكفاءات العمانية عشان أنها تشتغل في مشاريع كثيرة، فصار تصدير كبير لكثير من الكفاءات العمانية إلى خارج البلد. هم حاليا شغالين في يعني منطقة شمال أفريقيا والشرق الأوسط في مناطق مختلفة. كثير من الكفاءات العمانية خرجت لتعمل في هذه المشاريع. النقطة الثانية، وأعتقد نفس الشيء، هذا رأي شخصي ما أعرف إذا توافقوني فيه، عادة في الدول الأخرى في الولايات المتحدة ولا حتى في أوروبا يصير تعاون بين الجامعات والكليات وبين الأكاديميات المختلفة مع القطاعات المختلفة، قطاعات الصناعة مثلا، على أساس أنهم يجمعوا الاحتياجات المتعلقة بالسايبر سيكيورتي. لكن عندنا في البلد للأسف الشديد يعني في بعض يعني الشركات والمؤسسات هم أصلا ما وضعوا الأمن السيبراني كواحدة من يعني المخاطر اللي مفروض أنهم يعطوها أولوية. فأنا كجامعة مثلا أو أكاديمية كيف ممكن أني أجمع الريكوايرمنتس من هذه الشركات إذا هي كانت إذا هي من الأساس ما تعتبر يعني أن السايبر سيكيورتي واحدة من ضمن التوب ريسكس في يعني على المنظمة. فهذه النقطة اللي حبيت أضيفها. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا لكم. فقط بسبب الوقت إذا في أي أسئلة أخرى أو شيء الشباب بيكونوا موجودين إن شاء الله بعد السيشن، وإن شاء الله نطمح أن نشوف المزيد من القدرات العمانية في القيادة وفي التخصصات سايبر سيكيورتي الدقيقة اللي تكلمنا عنها، يعني مش فقط بشكل عام وإنما قدرات حقيقية تخدم الاندستري بشكل فعال، ومش فقط عمان. إن شاء الله طموحنا أن القدرات العمانية، وهم فعلا بدأوا هذا المشوار، كثير من الدول المجاورة نلاحظ أنه دائما في زياراتنا أن عمانيين ما شاء الله متمكنين ماسكين في كثير من هذه القطاعات، ونتمنى إن شاء الله نفسه يكون في يعني رؤية دائمة هذول المواهب لما يتم تبنيهم وبناء قدراتهم أن يكون في آلية عشان نبقيهم نفس الشيء في سوق العمل العماني. لأن واحدة من التحديات يمكن تواجه كثير من مؤسسات يبذلوا الكثير من التدريب والتطوير لبعض الكفاءات، ولكن هذه الكفاءات ممكن تخرج من السوق العماني بشكل دائم، يعني مش إنه فترة بسيطة لجلب الخبرات، وإنما يكون في تحدي كيف نستقطب هذه المهارات ونخليها تفيد البلد بشكل فعال.
What's the problem with exporting their talent? إذا عندنا ناس we have a lot of Omanis who are looking for jobs. So if we can train them and we can get them to earn a living, and we can keep churning them out like a machine, why not? Personal view. No, it's not about exporting them, but let Oman be known for its cybersecurity talent. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you for the very engaging discussion. Our distinguished guests and audience, now we have come to the end of the second session's agenda, which consisted of many significant discussions, as you've seen. We strive to reach a digital future in line with the aspirations of Oman's Vision 2040. Now, for the recommendations. Number 1, to create a discrete subject in schools and universities. Second of all, partnerships between academics, individuals within the industry, and government to share their best practices. Number 3, accreditation policy is required for cybersecurity training courses. Number 4, embedding cybersecurity workforce responsibilities to meet the challenges that technology may represent. Number 5, upscaling many of the workforce to have a strong grasp of the basics of cybersecurity practices. And last but never least, internal and external collaboration among the parts of the cybersecurity community. Now, I would like to thank you all for coming, and I would like to invite you all for lunch outside. I'm your presenter, Sama Isa, and thank you so much for listening.